can put it on that lower ledge in the podium, and then you can. I thought I'd done that halfway through my talk. I was like, I'm just going to have a sip. I left it in my chair. Okay, thank you everyone. If we can settle down. It is my great pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Professor Wendy Foden, sorry. Sorry, Wendy. Wendy is General Manager at the Cape Research Centre, which is in charge of part of the scientific services at South African national parks, and they kind of run the Cape cluster of parks, which extends into the arid beyond FYNBOS and beyond the Mediterranean region, I suppose. But all the national parks in the Mediterranean region of South Africa, the research component is Wendy's thing. She is also very involved in the IUCN, and I had to write this down, sorry Wendy. If you're in charge of this, you really should just shorten the name. the IUCN Species Survival Commission Climate Change Specialist Group. And I probably got that wrong anyway, because I got a bit dyslexic halfway through. So take it away, Wendy. Oh, hang on. I've got a microphone for you here somewhere. There you go.
Thank you. Afternoon, everybody. Really a pleasure to be here and chat to you about climate change, which has come up in so many talks already, but great to be able to focus it on it and in the next session. So yeah, Jasper's told you about all those labels, and you can see it's 3 different organizations or groups. That's why you have to have all 3. So just to introduce people from abroad to South African national parks, we've got 21, soon to be 22 national parks, and you can see where they all are, the terrestrial ones, and our marine protected areas at the bottom, and you can see they span a whole lot of different ecosystems, biomes, and several of them are in Mediterranean regions, and you can see them, including obviously West Coast. Just a little bit of a tour and a bit of an advert. I hope you guys are staying on afterwards and traveling around just north of us in the winter rainfall area. The II Richtersveld Transfrontier Park, our Golden Gate National Park, just as spectacular. Kruger National Park, you guys know it. Garden Route, Addo, Namakwa, the perfect time of year, of course, to be in Namakwa and West Coast. So yeah, tons of amazing parks. And within Sand Parks, we have scientific services, which is about 100 people, and in there, about 40 scientists and junior scientists. And we have the wonderful opportunity of being conducting science within the parks and really being the liaison between researchers and park operations to try and pull through what needs to be done to look after biodiversity, cultural heritage in the parks. So it's a really great job, but enormously challenging. So particularly in the face of climate change, the parks have been seeing some really dramatic effects already. Those in South Africa will recognize our recent fire in Table Mountain that went through and burnt down some of University of Cape Town, including the African Studies Library. And yeah, and that happened on an extremely hot, dry day in March, when it really ought not to have happened. And you can see some of the other nasties we've been encountering in the parks. Below the logo is not in one of our parks, but in another Cape park where COVID led to people moving in and clearing the vegetation, and it's not going to be redeemable. So back in 2016, Nicola van Wilgen, who you'll hear speaking later, carried out this fantastic assessment of global change impacts in our parks. And across parks, there were some areas that became cooler, but the majority really were getting warmer. And this again, as I say, only to 2016, of course, we'll see some changes since then, and we're soon to update, hopefully. But one of the most significant things really was looking at the amount of time we'll end up spending so with just, for example, a 2-degree increase in temperature, which we've been seeing, you see that the amount of time you spend in these very hot times above 35 degrees, not only are the extremes hotter, but you spend a whole lot more time above 35 degrees. And what does that mean for our parks? So this is where it's happening in Kalahari Gemsbok, the Kalahari Transfrontier Park. And over that time span, 36 days are over 50 years are in excess of 35 degrees. So an additional 36 days are above 35 degrees. So that's a third of the year where it's extremely uncomfortable to be in the parks. And similarly in Richtersveld, an increase of 25 days over just 28 years. So really a lot of stress for both the biodiversity and our tourists. So I'm going to step right into the, what do we do, the adaptation strategies. And this is a pretty standard strategy development process. What's your target? How vulnerable is it? What should you do? Try it out, and then monitor, review, revise. Okay, so let's take us through it in this context. So in our case, I mean, obviously with the identifying targets, you could do species, ecosystems, ecosystem services. For us, of course, our objective is protected areas and everything in them, which of course does include the socio-ecological systems and cultural heritage too. But I'm going to focus most on biodiversity here. So protected areas. Now, what's climate change going to do to them? So partly based on Nicola's 2016 study and a whole lot of additional information, literature review and speaking to the park managers, we've already started to conduct vulnerability assessments for our parks. And so that's ongoing. And thanks to many of you who are contributing to those. We've recently completed a study. It was came out, I think, last month, in conservation biology, where we went and had a look at how vulnerable are our protected areas to climate change. So we set out a method that can be used anywhere, but then applied it on South Africa's national parks. It was led by Kevin Coldry. And it followed the fairly standard model of what are the potential impacts, so a composite of exposure and how sensitive the park is, and then how adaptive is it, how well will it deal with those. And so I'll take you briefly through what we looked at for each of these categories. So in terms of potential impacts, we looked first at what was going to happen to species, and we had the SPARK project, a GEF-funded project that had produced a large number of species distribution models, and we used those for our species in our parks. And then also, okay, sorry, so that's just an example of the sort of things we're dealing with. That's a Table Mountain ghost frog, and it's only on the top there of Table Mountain. So some of the challenging species we're dealing with. And then we used some trait-based assessments that were carried out in 2013 on the birds and amphibians in our parks. So that contributed to the species assessments. Then we looked at habitats, and we got some help from Simon Scheiter and Guy Midgley on dynamic global vegetation modeling to see how habitats are likely to change into the future. And then we looked at resource pressure. So what's going to happen outside the parks on the boundaries and the buffers? So we looked at how resources like fieldwood and bushmeat were going to change, and also the proportion, the change in proportion of low-income households that are at risk of flooding and drought. So what's going to happen to our neighbors and how vulnerable will they be? So that's potential impacts. That's what we looked at. What about adaptive capacity? So jumping in, how effective is our management at this time? I mean, obviously we've got to be able to do something. How good are we at doing things in parks? And each park has to undergo each year a management effectiveness tracking assessment or management effectiveness assessment. So we use those results as a measure. We looked at how the possibility of expansion or the sort of the permeability of the park boundary. And then interestingly, and this is not something you typically find in first world, developed world assessments, because they're typically are funded by state funding, they're centrally funded. Sandparks is not. Sandparks gets only 20% of our budget from Treasury, and the rest comes from ecotourism. So if climate change affects our ecotourism, we can't do conservation. So this is a bit different. And this is the case in so many developing countries. So yeah, this leaps us into an unknown field that we bravely dumped into. So what about our infrastructure in the parks? How much of it is in stupid places, right on below floodlines or below high water marks, given that we're getting increases in sea level rise and flooding? What about our tourism resilience? And this is where it gets very interesting. So of course, malaria changes its distribution and moves around. Yeah, we get it actually getting less suitable for malaria in Kruger, and it's predicted to move into the garden route. So that makes it a whole lot less appealing. Bush encroachment. What if you go to a big 5 reserve and you can't see anything? You don't want to go there. The heat waves, we spoke about those before in Ecology and Richtersveld. You don't want to be there when it's just ridiculously hot. And then also, if you're coming for charismatic species, for example, Bontebok National Park, well, it's not going to be suitable for Bontebok anymore. The US, they found Joshua Tree National Park, the same problem. So this is looking at our tourism resilience, just a quick map to a quick figure to show, and this actually is published research now, how tourism occupancy in the parks drops off at high temperatures. So you can see at the bottom left, we've got Richtersveld, and you could see how much it drops off. And similarly with Ecology at the top. Some of them not. For example, Table Mountain, it doesn't seem to have an impact. But I think that's just tourism season. Yeah, these are very real to us. Yeah, so we went through this for every single one of the parks and got an assessment, a relative measure. But I think, you know, the way we combined them was quite rough, and it's very difficult to combine them into anything meaningful. I think the most useful is we're now able to go to each park and each park management team and say, look, these are going to be the real issues your park needs to focus on. Have a look at these. So it's been useful, and we're pulling it into our vulnerability assessments. Then we've scaled in on some parks. This is a project Nicola's leading in Table Mountain National Park, looking again at the species vulnerabilities, socioeconomic vulnerabilities, and mapping out these sensitivities at the park scale. And that's very challenging at such a fine scale. But she'll talk more about that in her talk later in the session, a really interesting way that we have tackled that one. And then, of course, we have people living in some of our parks, and their resilience is also important, particularly where they're grazing livestock in the park. So working on that. And overall, we're trying to develop, or we are in the process of developing a climate change preparedness strategy led by our tiny climate change team, which is Nicola, myself, and Moto Musubelele. And so this spans all aspects of our giant 6,000 person organization. And interestingly, we're leading it, but it dives, of course, into cultural heritage, socioeconomic development, infrastructure, tourism, and our entire revenue model. So, yeah, new territory there. Okay, moving out of vulnerability before you get too scared. What about the management? What should we do, and how do we do it? And I think what's really key, I think the part of this talk that's really the most interesting here is what tools do we have in the climate change toolbox? What have we got available to us to now address this vulnerability? And I want to tell you about a really exceptional study by Suzanne Prover and her team, where they reviewed 473 studies that tested or that applied climate change adaptation interventions. And they basically grouped them according to the do anyway, the safety versus the riskiness, things we haven't tried before, and those that address climate change conditions directly, and those that just try to enhance adaptive capacity. And so we've kind of named those 4 groups The bottom left, conventional conservation, what we were doing already. A goes to restoration, kind of what we were doing already. Then across to renovation and directed adaptation. So I'll go through some of these and we can have a look at what tools they've found people using and they suggest. So I'm going to start with conventional adaptation or conventional conservation, right? The stuff that you would imagine that we'd be doing and we have been doing up till now. So we want to enhance in situ genetic adaptation. So we're managing for diversity. Fine, we were kind of doing that anyway, right? Insurance against loss of species and function via local diversity, spatial redundancy, and preparedness. Cool, got that done. And that one has shrunk. Ensure against loss of functions by promoting non-local species. No, sorry, that's crept across from the other side. Optimize habitat availability by maximizing current and future representativeness, or conserving refugia. Again, that's our standard spatial planning. And optimizing connectivity and heterogeneity. And lastly, try and get rid of the non-climatic stresses, so you're giving them the best chance of dealing with it themselves. Fine, no hassles. I don't imagine anybody's got a problem with any of those. So now, if you push it towards a more climate-targeted option, what do you get? Well, what about promoting in situ genetic adaptation and intervening genetically, because it just doesn't happen fast enough on its own? What about ensuring against loss of function by bringing in non-local species and functional diversity? What about assisting dispersion and suitable habitat using assisted colonization? We're starting to get our heads around that one. What about if we alleviate natural stresses to help species withstand climate stress? So you don't just optimize their ability and reduce the threats, you actually intervene and clear it up. It's getting a bit uncomfortable. And you can see the percentages that I've got at the bottom there basically outlined what percentage of all the studies they're assessed are in each of these categories. 55% in the conventional and 12% in the more risky here. So giving you some examples of those, this is some work led by Lee Hanna and our team looking at where will future hotspots of climate change be, of biodiversity be when species shift around due to climate change, and where is that relative to protected areas? So it gives you an idea of where to put your connective areas, your corridors, and where we should be prioritizing. So really helpful, conventional conservation. This is our climate change vulnerability of Table Mountain, a study carried out by Jack Harper. And by identifying where the concentration zones of most climate change vulnerable species are, we can plan the use areas of the park to avoid those areas for minimum disturbance of those species. Okay, now getting into the less comfortable area of assisted translocation. So this is, of course, an issue with corals, where extreme heat breaks down that mutualism between the coral and the zooxanthellae algae. But in some areas, the algae are much more heat-resistant strains. So go fetch those ones, put them there. Coral survives. So is there something terrible about that? I don't know. This is an interesting one. I'll talk a little later more about our penguins, African penguins. Numbers are seriously declining. And part of the problem is the range of their prey species is moved quite considerably up the east coast. And there was a population that was much closer to the current food aggregations, but it's that population went extinct. And so we're trying to lure the species to go back and recolonize. And that includes dragging these little rabbit decoys behind the boat when you see to try and lead them. When you see the penguins, you drag that, and then when they get there, there are mirrors, and so they can see that there are lots of birds, and they play like penguin colony sounds, and to make them feel at home. Some of them have turned up, they've hung around, but none of them have stayed so far. But they keep trying. So that's how far we'll go for some seriously charismatic species that are seriously declining. And this is some other work I'm doing with master student Amita Van Mali and Guy Midgley, where we're looking at the Bot River sugar bush. Frank spoke this morning about the wonderful opportunity of having species grown in cultivation near their natural distribution range. So you can see what they do just outside of the climatic zone. So we're working at figuring out the microhabitats that work there and what it would take to move them, or what moving them would mean. Excuse me. Okay, now on to the next options, the next tools in the toolbox. So this is getting onto the restoration zone. What about ameliorating changing temperature in water? By renovating degraded systems. That's fine. We've been doing restoration for a long time. What about adjusting changing conditions by managing fire and grazing regimes? Cool. Evade or alleviate deteriorating plant establishment conditions. That's fine. We do that. And loss of function through in situ selection of resilient functional species. Those are all okay. Now, to push it into the climate era. What about if we have to ameliorate the changing temperature and water availability or sea levels by engineering environments? Okay, so we build seawalls. What else can we do? And I'll take you through some examples. Adjust changing disturbance regimes by using physical or chemical interventions. Oh, there we go. Excuse me. Or ameliorate loss, loss of functions through non-local provenance introductions, so non-local species or engineered structures. Sorry, this cough, which is not COVID, by the way. I promise I've tested. Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. I've got down here, thank you. Well, in the meantime, you can look at this ridiculous, those are blankets over the glacier. Yeah. That's what they'll do for skiing. I don't know what they do for biodiversity. So there's an engineered environment. You can go quite far. So this is one of our sandpark's tourist attractions, are African penguins. It's actually the only penguin colony, African penguin colony, where the numbers are actually increasing. Everywhere else across the entire distribution, the numbers are absolutely plummeting. So we're getting really worried about functional extinction of the species. So in this case, we're willing to put a lot of effort into conserving them, and a fair bit of money is available, thankfully. So we're trying a really novel solution. So what happens is when it gets really, really hot, well, okay, step backwards. They used to make their burrows in guano, which was removed in the 1800s for fertilizer. So now they typically will just breed in the open, where they're exposed to predators and high temperatures and rain and so it's not ideal. And when it gets very hot, unfortunately, the adults end up having to leave the babies and the eggs to get into the water, and then they typically are predated. So it's a real problem. And they only produce one chick a year. So what we've done, and this is in collaboration with Sandcarb, City of Cape Town, and Dallas Zoo, they've managed to engineer these super fancy nest boxes that maintain standard heat. They're ceramic, and they keep the penguins' nests cool. So we've put them out at boulders, and we've got some experiments running. You can see our little heat sensors. It's hooked up with a weather station. And we know that way that because of early warning, when a heat wave is coming, we're on the ready, and Sandcop can come in and take the babies, rear them in captivity. And so that's it, our heat wave response plan. Thanks to WWF US for the funding. The penguins themselves actually do use those nest boxes, but they weren't very grateful to us. They gave us mites and pecks, and they threw out the sensors. And we've done a similar project with Sean Morara and Susie Cunningham up in Tankwa National Park, where we're trying a very simple thing of, although the air temperatures are not too hot for these birds, the ground temperatures are too hot for them to land. So simply putting up a shade structure over the part of the water hole has allowed them to land. And we found that species actually preferentially using the shade. So something simple you can just put out in a heat wave, really low tech, but can make all the difference to survival and community dynamics. Okay, so back to this. Here are a full long list of the tools we have available to us for climate change adaptation. And some of them we clearly, the ones on the right, are uncomfortable about using. But when we sit down with our managers and we do park management planning for climate change, we have to come to them with something. And what do we go to them with? So this is an example of, this is our toolbox, right? What we've just discussed. That's what we got. And how effective are those? How much, if we use them all in the best way, how far do we even get with that? And I think the answer right now is we don't know. This is a very exciting development by the US National Park Service, the Resist, Accept, Direct framework. And they've recognized that in some circumstances, in some of their parks, you can actually stop the change. You can try to put those blankets on that glacier. But in other circumstances, you just can't. So, for example, Glacial Moraine National Park, Glacier National Park, they just renamed it to Glacial Moraine. It's not staying. There's no point, right? Or you could try to direct it and shape a new system in a different way. It will change, but how do you want it to look, and which ways are you going to let it change? And that's really exciting. We've just started a collaborative adaptation project with the National Park Service, co-learning. So really exciting. And we hope to pull this through into our systems. But say you're going with the last one and you're actively shaping a new condition. So maybe you actually have to change your targets. Maybe, you can't keep it the same. So what do you choose that you want it to look like? There are a whole lot of things you could choose for, even if you're just an ecologist and a biologist. Do you want to maximize species richness, ecosystem function? Is it some priority species? Is wildness important to you? Which of those things are you going to choose? And what if you have to trade off? What do we do? How do we choose? Land up, basically, in the past, when things were the same, you could just basically put a fence around it and you kind of covered all three, but now you have to make decisions, they're being pulled apart. And the real question is, who chooses and how on earth do we make these decisions? So what I want to leave you with is this. We've got a bunch of tools. A lot of these tools have been informed by the ecological research that we all carry out. We really need that fundamental understanding of how the systems work, how the processes work, how things have changed, and these wonderful predictions about what will happen. Then that leaves us with the thing of, okay, so now we've come up with some tools and we apply them. What we don't know as we jump in here gung-ho is how well they work, where maybe they will only work in some places and not in others, similarly when and for how long, what scales. There's so much we don't know, and we really need the help of the research community on this. So what I would suggest and hope is that you would perhaps turn a little bit on its head and think in a much more applied way. Let's start with the tools that we have. Can you help us have a look at them and see understand how they would work with your fundamental understanding of ecology, and then help us to look at, with those tools, what are and aren't we able to accomplish. And then what we can't accomplish, let's start planning for what we do about it. When do we resist? When do we adapt? And when do we direct? Let's do it now instead of waiting until it all just goes unraveled. So to leave you with three key messages. One, we need a better equipped toolbox. And we really need to be innovative. Please, as you go out there in your individual systems and you watch what you're seeing in terms of changes, you are the guys with the fundamental understanding of what's going to happen, how it happens. Think of innovative ways, anything, simple little things like a shade nest or a shade cloth. Please come up with things like that. Tell us and we'll try them. Secondly, we need to learn how to use those tools in the best way. And for that, we need your help in developing some scenarios. Scenarios when we approach the stakeholders making these decisions to help us guide those choices. And we have some tough decisions, so please let's get that research done so we're ready to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wendy, and yeah, thanks for a very insightful and impactful insight into what conservation management and organizations are really having to cope with here. Yeah, really between a rock and a hard place and desperate for options. We've gone a bit over time, but I will allow a couple of questions, provided that Wendy is willing to do that. If she wants to give a voice a break, yeah. Okay. So I had Rupert first, and then Karen, and then yeah, I'll probably just do the two, and then.
Thanks, Wendy. So this is more of a comment than a question, but. I'm always interested from a plant point of view, having been involved in management myself, is the amount of resources sunk into charismatic fauna versus any plant that is restricted to one of your parks. And you don't have to answer it now, we can have the discussion over dinner. But I would like to see a calculation like that, so we can see, because like counterintuitively, maybe if we were just managing the parks for everything well, then they take care of themselves. And like you said, we can't control climate change or whether the fish decide to go somewhere else. But what we can do is manage them well for the baseline ecosystem.
Yeah, look, I mean, resource allocation in these circumstances is completely nutty in many cases. I'm with you on that. But again, just managing for the baseline, I mean, that will take us only so far at this point. Yeah. I mean, that's a little bit like just an accept, just put the fence around and see what happens. So I think you still want a bit of a combination. I mean, that decision of how you choose which of those RADs for each protected area and how you would choose and who you choose, I mean, who should choose it. I would think that the best way of doing it is almost to stratify across your parks. Use the scenario planning to see which ones you could do something about, and with the others you choose maybe to go for wildness and take everything out. You basically spread those different qualities across your network.
Thanks, Wendy, for sorry, I'm interested to know a little bit about, well, the policy framework, and is anybody looking at how to future-proof the policy framework that sits behind all of this, because it's quite conservative at the moment, and a lot of what we would, for example, would like to potentially experiment on or play with or create is restricted by that policy framework. And so I'm interested to know, has anybody looking at just future-proofing the policy frameworks for climate change, adaptation, and all these interesting out-of-the-box ideas?
Thanks, Karen. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the obvious ones is translocation, where there's still sort of regulations around. It was historically around. It's called. Was it called? I forget the term in the Biodiversity Act. But yeah, that has been recognised. The new white paper on biodiversity and climate change, or conservation, and on conservation and sustainable use does deal with it. One of the things I'd like to raise here, though, is the issue of nature-based solutions, because everybody just says, oh, we'll do nature-based solutions, nature will be okay. And the key thing here is nature-based solutions is not for biodiversity, it's for people. If you looked at the CBD post-2020 biodiversity framework with the targets, all there was in there for climate change, and this is Convention on Biological Diversity, was roll out nature-based solutions and minimize the negative impacts on biodiversity. Horrendous. Thankfully, we've managed to get them to update that. But nature-based solutions about using augmenting ecosystem services to help people adapt. It totally doesn't recognize that the biodiversity, that nature itself doesn't just stick around consistently and is impacted, nor that there are actually tools available to help it to adapt. So it misses the conservation bit completely. Yeah. So just a message to everybody, be careful, because when people hear nature-based solutions, there are so many definitions floating around, and everybody tends to interpret it as they want, and we think, oh, yay, they're going to conserve nature. That's not what it is. It's for people. Yeah.
Okay, I know there's lots more questions, but I'm afraid we're going to have to go to the next session because we've dug deep into their time. And we have people online from California and elsewhere in the world. So thank you very much, Wendy. That was awesome talk, and feel free to catch her at tea or put questions on the app, and she can hopefully try and check in and try and address that. And this next session is going to be chaired by Nicola van Wilgen. So.
Hi everyone, and welcome to our session. I think for those of you who still had lots of burning questions, the great news is that we've built in a little bit of time into our next session, and Wendy will be one of our panel, so you can hold on to those questions and ask them of her. So I'm really excited about this session, and I'm hoping that most of you can stick around. You will notice that we have a lot of online speakers, and this is one of the classic examples that you can use going forward of how correlation does not imply causation, because you might be tempted to assume that because we're talking about climate change, all of them have decided very what's the word? They kind of are saving carbon credits, and they've all decided to stay in America. But actually, the true cause is probably more closely linked to COVID and strange travel regulations in some organizations, along with budget cuts. So we're very, very grateful that they're able to join us online, and excited to hearing from them. So I'm going to hand over. Is Steve Jackson online?
I am.
Hope so. Fantastic. I'm going to hand over to you to talk a little bit more about what we're hoping to achieve with this session, and we're really looking forward to hearing from you. It's 4:30 in the morning where Steve is, so thanks very much for joining us.
Yep, thanks, Nicola. I'll just start by saying I'm in Tucson, Arizona, speaking from the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham people. My talk is going to be in two parts. The bulk of it is going to be my co-author, Sasha Gershonov's work on precipitation changes in Mediterranean climate regions. And then I'll wrap up with a few words on the aim of the symposium. So to start off, things that I think everybody in the audience already knows, but just a quick overview. All Mediterranean regions are effectively semi-arid. They're all characterized by dry subtropical summers. The precipitation is largely limited to winter, occurring during a series of mid-latitude storms passing through the regions. There's substantial year-to-year variability in winter precipitation, and this renders these areas, all of the Mediterranean climate regions, highly vulnerable to changes or variability in winter precipitation, particularly as we undergo climate change. So just to look at some of the analyses that Sasha has done with the RCP 8.5 from the CMET 5 series, all Mediterranean regions of the world, except California, get drier by the late part of this century. So I'm going to come back to California shortly, but first focus on why the Southern Hemisphere, Mediterranean regions, as well as the European, African, West Asian Mediterranean all get drier. So this is largely due to one of the consequences of climate warming, which is the poleward expansion of the subtropical highs. And these high pressure areas, as they strengthen and are pushed southward during the winter, are going to be deflecting those winter storm tracks poleward. So bottom line is there will be fewer winter storms hitting the west coast of Chile, hitting the Cape region, hitting Southwest Australia, as well as much of the Mediterranean basin. Now, one thing to note before I move on, and I'll come back to this later, but note that there's also an intensification and a southward expansion of the Aleutian Low, which is northwest of California, and that has consequences for California. It's one of the reasons why California is unusual compared to the other Mediterranean regions. So unpacking some of this, the frequency of rain-free days increases everywhere. The effect in California is relatively small, but generally there are going to be more dry days in the wintertime in all of the Mediterranean regions. Second phenomenon is that the frequency of small to moderate precipitation events will decrease everywhere in all the Mediterranean regions. It's dampened, that effect is dampened a little bit in California, but all of them will have fewer of the smaller storms. And then finally, the frequency of extreme events, the really big whopping rainfall events or precipitation events increases in California and to a lesser extent in the Mediterranean basin. It doesn't change much in the other regions, but California gets a lot more, or will be getting a lot more extreme precipitation events. And then going to the lower graph, the intensity of precipitation events increases across the entire intensity spectrum in California, and to a lesser extent in the Mediterranean basin. It decreases across the entire spectrum in the Southern Hemisphere regions. So one of the primary reason California is different is that it's right in the target zone of an atmospheric river. Atmospheric rivers are west to east trending tropical and subtropical masses or flows of warm, saturated air. They move around. They vary. There are trunk streams, and there's one trunk stream that runs straight from the Hawaiian Islands to the coast of California. This atmospheric river phenomenon is responsible for more than half of the winter precipitation in California. It comes in big storms that are fed by these atmospheric rivers. And these atmospheric rivers throughout the globe, including the one running into California, are going to intensify under climate change, under global warming. Because if you take saturated air at the low latitudes and you warm it, it can hold even more water. The saturated air gets wetter, and it gets wetter non-linearly. So basically, you're really amplifying the amount of moisture transport in these rivers. California, just going back to the previous slide, if I can. Yeah, California has a north-south series of high mountain ranges that are perpendicular or orthogonal to the flow of the atmospheric river. It slams into California. The air rises. You get orographic precipitation and huge rainfall events when these atmospheric rivers hit the coast. So California is uniquely situated to experience extreme precipitation events under warming. And so a consequence of this is more events of the kind that we see during these events. Another recent paper that Sasha led has shown that some of the big atmospheric river events of the past decade, including the one in 2017, have been amplified by global warming accumulated to date, and this is only going to increase in the future. So just to summarize the climate part of this, this talk, all of the Mediterranean regions are likely to get drier in terms of more dry, an increasing number of dry winter days, precipitation-free days. There are going to be fewer moderate winter precipitation events. The dry seasons in all these regions, including California, are going to be lengthened. The shoulder seasons, spring and fall, where you often get storm events, are going to narrow. They're going to have fewer storm events. Overall, interannual moisture variability will become higher. California in particular is going to experience a higher frequency and a higher intensity of extreme precipitation events, what Sasha aptly calls hydroclimatic volatility. So we're going in all of the Mediterranean regions into novel winter climates, climates that are different from what we've had in the past, drier, higher variability interannually, higher volatility, and because the ecosystems of these regions, of all the Mediterranean regions, are fed primarily by winter storms, winter storm precipitation. These changes, these new climates, are going to drive ecosystem changes and pose increasing challenges to management of those ecosystems and the biodiversity and ecological services that they provide. And we're seeing these kinds of changes already on the landscape in these regions. Changes in fire regime, changes in vegetation. There are consequences for water resources, consequences for wildlife, fish populations, human safety, human well-being, agriculture, and so forth. And so this is just a photo from the Sonoran Desert region of a recent conversion of coniferous forest to evergreen woodland. And we're seeing these kinds of conversions in California. We're seeing them in other Mediterranean regions. They're occurring in ecosystems all over the world. And they're going to unforeseen, unprecedented states. There's a great deal of uncertainty around this process. There are uncertainties around the future climate trajectories, uncertainties around particularly climate variability and how it's going to play out. And of course, there are ecological uncertainties in terms of the responses of the ecosystems to these changes, the interactions of ecological processes, disturbances, invasive species, and ecological management. So these are posing very large challenges, and they're putting us in what a couple of social scientists back in the 90s called a post-normal state of science. The uncertainties under climate change are and will remain very high. We're also in a situation where the stakes, the decision stakes, are very high because we're dealing with fundamental ecological services, we're dealing with biodiversity and the future of nature and people on the planet. So this is in that post-normal area where a lot of the old rules of how we have traditionally done science and often done management may not work very well, as these guys pointed out 3 decades ago. So it's important to remember, of course, that conservation and adaptation are intersections of science and values. To do this, to face these challenges, we need unprecedented levels of engagement between researchers and practitioners. And this requires nimbleness and courage on the part of the science community, on the part of the practitioner and management and policy communities. So today, in the symposium, we're going to hear 6 talks from nimble and courageous individuals and groups, both coming from at this from the science standpoint and from the management standpoint, who are spanning these disciplinary and professional and cultural boundaries. And we're aiming to generate some dialogue with the presentations and our discussion across nations, across continents, and across disciplines. So thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Stephen. I'm not going to take questions now because we're a little bit over time. So I'm going to welcome our next nimble participant, you, Safid. We're looking really forward to hearing from you.
Can I use that one, or is the one up here? It's okay. Use this one. My nimbleness and courage is demonstrated by the fact that I'm wearing exactly the same clothing every day the entire week because my bag is somewhere between Antananarivo and Nairobi. Actually, they found it yesterday and it's supposed to be delivered today, but you'll be happy to know that I cleaned my clothing yesterday, but I had to skip some of the session because I was walking around with nothing on in my flat as a result. Anyway, let's see, where's my talk? There it is. Let's wait for it to come up. Okay, so you might note that if you read anything, that my title has changed slightly. I'm going to be talking specifically about forests and forest soils. And to move it on, I have to do this very carefully though, right? So just real quickly, this is a repeat a little bit of some information I provided a couple days ago. Forests in the Mediterranean climate regions are about 2.5% of the Earth's surface. The MCRs are about 2.5% of the Earth's surface, and a little bit more than 0.5% of the Earth's surface falls in forests in the Mediterranean climate regions. And there's a lot of variability. Australia is about 40% forest and woodland. South Africa is about 2.5%. Probably was higher than that at some point in the not too distant past. But they're very, very biodiverse, and of course they provide very, very important ecosystem services for fully 7% of the world's population. So my focus is on forest soils to a great extent, because ecologists tend to forget about soils and how important they are to ecosystem function. Just a couple of things that I'd like to always remind people who work with vegetation, that soil's depth and structure defines the rooting zone for the plants that we actually work with, that soil water reserves, soil carbon, and soil nutrients are the major drivers of things like forest health, composition, function, and structure. Soil organic carbon is immeasurably important to a whole lot of different processes and functions: soil aeration, water and nutrient retention, drainage, and it's one of the major drivers of the below ground populations, of course, of microbes and other things like that. Soil structure, strength, and particle size distribution drive things like erodibility and topographic stability on landscapes, particularly in drier landscapes, which are affected by very heavy precipitation events now and again. And then finally, and this is, I think, an amazing statistic, but soils on their own sequester more than twice as much carbon as the atmosphere and all of the world's biota combined. So you can't forget about the soil when you manage ecosystems. So I published a chapter with Ramon Vallejo in a book about global change in forests and forest soils recently, and so a little bit of this talk is drawn from that. One of the things that we did was we used leaf trait data available mostly from papers by this big consortium of folks in Pierce et al. 2013 and 17. And we took the leaf trait data and overlaid it on Grimes, competition, stress, and rootal triangle, just to get a feeling for where Mediterranean and boreal forests fell. The chapter actually compared boreal and Mediterranean forests with respect to the likely impacts of global change in them. And what you can see is that Mediterranean forests and woodlands are notably more stress tolerant than your average forest taxon on the planet, which is represented by the little blue the black dot, and the blue circle around it is the third quartile. And then you can see there's quite a bit of variability there, but that was sort of the mean. And of course, the principal stress in the Mediterranean climate regions is the lack of soil moisture in the warm, dry season. So I just want to focus real quickly on some of the general goals of ecosystem management and restoration. I worked for a number of decades with the U.S. Forest Service, and we were heavily involved in managing forests, and these are the kind of things that were driving the way that we thought about what we did on the ground. I mean, how do we integrate spatial and temporal scales, for example? We'd like to conserve biodiversity. We'd like to promote ecological integrity. We want to provide ecosystem services. We'd like to enhance ecosystem resilience. Where we can, we'd like to learn by doing, where possible. I don't think we do a whole lot of that, actually. And in that, I've included experimentalism and monitoring, which is another thing we don't tend to do a whole lot of either. But we also need to consider the needs and desires of humans in all of this. And so really, in the end, the focus of ecosystem management is on preventing ecological degradation, and restoration is on repairing degradation. So they're really relatively closely related. So what are the principal focus areas for forest management and restoration in the Mediterranean climate regions? Julie Pausas and some colleagues hypothesized some of these in 2004, and Ramon and I added a few more. These aren't in any particular order. But we think a lot about soil and water conservation, typically. We think a lot about increasing resistance and resilience of ecosystems to global change in general. We think a lot about increasing the prevalence and the stability of what I call mature woody formations. In the U.S., we just call it old growth. A lot of management is focused on protecting old growth vegetation where we can find it because it's so rare anymore. We're interested in biodiversity conservation, risk reduction, and hazard reduction. Generally, we're focused most on fire, but things like drought and pests and disease as well. And there are a whole suite of other ecosystem services as well. So what are the drivers of degradation? Well, I'm going to cover a bunch of them singly real quickly, but you all know these really well. This is a repeat of a slide I used on Tuesday. Drying climates, warming climates, and in the case of California, massive loss in snowpack, which is going to be a big problem for us in the long term. Climate change projections, this was great. Steve just covered the paper I wanted to talk a little bit about, but I won't cover it then. And human population growth in all of the Mediterranean climate regions. Many nations, particularly in the Mediterranean basin, are seeing growth rates of 1% to 2% or more in population. And of course, not just the populations are increasing, but human demands for ecosystem services are increasing as well. I don't think I need to talk about fire trends and projections. We're living that on a daily basis anymore. And there are a lot of other stressors as well, right? All sorts of pest outbreaks, invasive plants and how they change fire regimes, for example. Diseases are spreading all over the place. I used white pine blisterus as an example, which is wiping out 5-needle pines in the western US. But I mean, Phytophthora, holy cow. I mean, there are species of Phytophthora in all of the Mediterranean climate regions right now, and they are just killing plant taxa. We can't even keep up with it any longer. But there's drought, there's ozone, there's nitrogen deposition. I mean, all of this stuff interacts, right? And so we can talk about them singly, and often when we manage fire and think about fire, we just think about fire, but it is overlaid and interacting with all of these other things. And it's leading to major ecosystem changes. Steve talked a little bit about this. So I'm just going to provide 3 examples, 2 that I know, well, all 3 that I know very well, but 2 are very close to me because they're both in California. So this is a Jeffrey Pine Black Oak Forest, or it was, on Laguna Mountain east of San Diego. And this mountain, it's low, it's a little bit less than 2,000 meters. And the stands of Jeffrey Pine are at the lowest elevation that Jeffrey Pine really can survive, or at least the youth can survive. And so I have pictures from 2000, 2015, and 2022. They're not exactly geographically coincident, but they represent the way these stands looked at these points in time. This site has very high ozone pollution from nearby urban areas. It's experienced very rapid climate warming, and in fact, Southern California is the fastest warming part of the US outside of Alaska. Between 1999 and 2002, there was a drought which killed a lot of trees. A big fire in 2003, which at that time was the biggest fire in California history, knocked out a lot of the forest stands on this mountaintop. There was a Jeffrey pine beetle outbreak after that fire for 3 years. Then the gold-spotted oak borer was introduced from northern Mexico and southern Arizona, which is now killing all the oaks on the mountaintop as well. There was another drought between 2012 and 16 and another fire in 2013. And you can see the way the system looks in the top now. And the Forest Service has given up on restoring the site. We spent a lot of money trying to replant it and we could not get seedlings to survive. So the question is, where is it going and where do we want it to go? We haven't answered that question yet. This is another example from closer to the Bay Area. This is a chaparral system, so I guess it's not strictly speaking forest. But just overnight, a spot only 30 minutes from my office at UC Davis is now one of the most frequently burned places in all of California, which is kind of a disaster, but as an ecologist, I'm like, cool. I can go study this and just drive a short distance. I don't have to go overnight anymore. This is a spot, as in most of California and in a lot of South Africa, that's been invaded by exotic grasses. Very rapid climate warming again. The drought there in 2012 to 16 was probably the worst drought in about 1,200 years, according to the paleoecological record. It burned in 59 and again in 2007, which is a perfectly reasonable fire return interval for a chaparral stand. But then it burned in 14, 16, 18, and 20, just like that. And now this site has gone from that picture at the top in 93 to where more than 60% of the chaparral is not there any longer. And there's been a pretty significant thinning of the oak woodland as well, and a lot of soil loss in this site. And then finally, an example from Australia. This is another worldwide classic, what's happening in Jarrah forest. Jarrah is Eucalyptus marginata. And there's a properly functioning system on the left. A lot of it looks like the top right, and some of it looks like the bottom right. Again, this is, like I noted earlier, this is one of the most rapidly drying climates in the world currently. Groundwater is dropping quickly. Soil salinity is going up. In fact, the rivers have become so saline in some instances that the people can't use the water anymore. And it's being beat up by expanded bauxite mining for aluminum all over Western Australia. There's been a Phytophthora cinnamomi outbreak, which is killing untold numbers of taxa all over the place. And because of the increased road traffic due to the mining, there's much more dispersal of the Phytophthora on the landscape. Again, this is a landscape that's being changed right before our eyes. So like I said earlier, I wanted to focus a little bit on the soil aspect. I mean, you know, with whatever we have, 12 minutes or what is it, a minute and a half? Is that what I got left or something like that? I can't do a whole lot of that. So Ramon and I had a paper in which we had a couple of these spider web diagrams, and I'm not going to sit here and explain it to you, but on the left are some of the main stressors. And we've ignored the interactions between them, but direct impacts are lines, indirect impacts are dotted lines. And I just wanted to note that with respect to the soil, there really are three major impacts going on in the Mediterranean climate regions. And those are decreased soil moisture, they are decreased soil respiration and decomposition, and they are decreased soil organic carbon. And they all interrelate. All of them are tied to all of the other ones. And there are all sorts of management implications, and we can't even come close to covering all of them in a silly diagram like this. But everything from lower seedling survival and growth rates to decreased plant cover and reduced litter fall, to changes to spatial patterns in soil moisture, to reduce timber productivity, which is going to have a big impact on funding for ecosystem management, particularly where fuels need to be removed on landscapes, to longer fire seasons, to all sorts of stuff. It really doesn't end. So I'll make a summary then in terms of what we saw as some of the major global change threats and issues. First of all, the main climate change effect, as you heard earlier and you all know already, is drying and climate warming. The main threats we think are decreased and less reliable soil moisture, aridification and desertification in general. We don't use that term in California, but it's happening. It's kind of interesting. We'll see if people start to use it, because in the Mediterranean they use those terms a lot. Increased occurrence of severe large-scale ecological disturbances. This is happening in all of the MCRs. And increased human populations and demands for ecosystem services. The critical soils issues, as I noted above, are really soil moisture loss and decreased soil organic carbon. And then finally, in terms of the restoration side of things, where we think about trying to replant forest stands that have been lost, such as the photo that was shown to you by Stephen, in the Mediterranean climate zones, plantation success, it's going to be hard to succeed planting things any longer in the future unless you're planting exotics, because you don't have a pool to draw from, because the Mediterranean climate zones border the deserts. So you got to go to the desert to find the germplasm. Well, no trees grow down there. The boreal is very different. They'll be able to plant all sorts of stuff in the boreal in the future. So key general focus areas, I'm almost done. Soils need to be a central issue. Really central issue, we don't consider them enough. Secondly, we should be promoting ecosystem heterogeneity to promote biodiversity, but also to reduce exposure to large synchronous ecological disturbances. Reforestation needs to be more resilient. It needs to be based on multiple species and genotypes, and it needs to be lower density, and we should be thinking about mixing conifers and hardwoods and shrubs as well. My opinion is that we should be more focused on sustaining ecosystem services in the long run. I don't know how, for all of the thousands of endangered species out there, how we're going to be able to keep most of them on the landscape. There's going to need to be some real scary choices made, I think, in the future. And then finally, we need to reconnect rural and indigenous communities and their economies to management of forests. So in the end, I think, at least my thesis at any rate, that climate change adaptation, it's going to require that we adhere pretty closely to the general principles that have been developed over the last few decades under the aegis sort of ecosystem management and ecological restoration. I don't think I don't think climate change threatens what we know about how to manage systems and how to restore them. It certainly threatens the toolbox that we have. But what we need to understand is that those have to be based on understanding environmental baselines, dealing with multiple drivers of degradation, incorporating a willingness to try new things, and to act at a speed and a scale that's actually commensurate with the problem. Thanks.
Still on. Thank you very much, Hugh. We don't really have time for questions, but in the interest of audience participation, if there's a burning question, I will give someone one. You've got 5 seconds. Okay, do you want to do a star jump instead? Otherwise, you're stuck with me. Okay, where's this clicky thing? It was there earlier. I don't see it anymore. But definitely loaded it. Okay, well, in the meantime, do you have any questions for Wendy or for Hugh or for anyone else? I've got one over there, Anton.
Thanks a lot for the talk. I really appreciated that. You showed that the chaparral close to UC Davis changed into something else. What did it change into, and how do the average traits of the new community differ from the previous one?
Yeah, it changed. Oh, sorry. Need to be online. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah, it changed into what the standard default system anymore there is, and it's a grassland of invasive Mediterranean grasses. Mediterranean basin grasses. In other words, non-native to California, essentially. And what the system's become is it's like a shrub savanna, essentially now, right? Small scattered shrubs filled with 2 to 3 foot high grass. And because it's so flashy and it's along a road system that's highly frequented during the summer, there's a lot of ignitions that go in there. And so with the grass now, the chances that it burns on a nearly annual basis are very, very high. So thinking about restoring a shrub system there, I think would be crazy. I don't think it's possible.
So those are annual grasses?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, this is awesome. I get some questions. Are you too?
No, I'm just being
Yeah.
Thank you, Hugh. I just want to, I loved your disclaimer that, soil is so important. And I just want to check whether you consider long-term, historical data on the changes in soil erosion regulation, particularly like in the paleo records, and whether looking at that would then inform better climate change adaptation or restoration responses in protecting these vegetation landscapes.
That's interesting. Yeah. So I'm not a pedologist. I know quite a bit about soil, but I don't really work directly in that milieu. But yeah, there's been paleo work done on things like particularly landslide occurrence, right? I mean, deep-seated landslides, which you can actually map, right? The old stuff. And we know that they're much more common in drier climate periods when we've got because California is characterized by very heavy precip that comes in just in a number of relatively small storms. And so it drives a lot of erosion on landscapes. And so, yeah, we'd expect that to happen in the future. Did you get it? Get it up?
No, we're going to let the next speaker go, if that's okay, yeah.
Thanks very much. We can continue this discussion after the next talk. I think in the meantime, there seems to be something wrong with that presentation. Norbert, I think you're online, but you've also got a pre-recorded presentation. So we're going to go with Norbert Jurgens so long. He's reporting on his work from the Richtersveld. It's super exciting, well, actually terrifying work, but really looking forward to hearing more about what he has to say.
Those who don't know the Hello and welcome to my talk. I will use my 12 minutes to share with you observations I made during the extreme drought of the past few years in the Richtersveld National Park, using a scheme of 58 permanent plots, some of which are fenced, as you can see it in this first slide. For those who don't know the Richtersveld National Park, a quick map that shows that the Richtersveld forms part of the southern Namib Desert, with mean annual rainfalls well below 100 millimeter. There's nevertheless a rich flora that mostly belongs to the succulent Karoo region of the Greater Cape Flora, and the Richtersveld even forms a very important hotspot of several succulent plant taxa, including the family Aisoaceae. In the Richtersveld you have the highest density of genera, and the genus Zygophyllum. In the Richtersveld you have the highest number of species. And there's a number of local endemics like Charidopsis peculiaris. In the northern Richtersveld, we established 58 long-term observation plots of 100 square meter each, which are recorded in annual time steps, typically using September, October after the winter rain as recording time. 12 of these plots were already started in 1980. During the 1990s, 18 pairs of fenced and neighboring unfenced plots were added. Over the 40 years, only 3 plots were lost due to vandalism. The fences were stolen. And there are 2 focus areas, the Valley of Numies up here in the northwest, and the Kurugap-Vlakte, which is a high plateau. We will see both of these areas in a minute. We also established 5 automatic weather stations in the vicinity of the permanent plots. And the data of all these automatic weather stations are freely available on the internet in the Sascal WeatherNet. So let us start with the weather data and ask how bad was the recent drought. This graph shows the rainfall data for the Valley of Numies from 1977 to last year, so more than 40 years. And it also shows the mean annual precipitation of 85 millimeters. This graph highlights that the last 10 years we always had precipitation below the average, and there were even 3 years with rainfall less than 50% of the mean annual precipitation. Such a drought has never been recorded before, and in the next slides we will have a look at the consequences caused for the vegetation. vegetation. I used two case studies. Case study number 1 is located within the rocky slopes at Numis. This is plot number 1, started in February 1980 with a size of 100 square meter, and it has a species number of 72. Most of these now disappeared. There are only 30 species left, and this graph shows you the number of individuals of Dresanthemum hispidum, Sphaemanthus decurvatus, Othonna opima, just examples of the many that disappeared by 2018 or short time later and haven't been seen again since then. However, there are also some species that are not impressed by this drought and simply persist. Here I show you 3 graphs of Ruschia eliniata, Ruschia scenaria, that's a photo right-hand side, and Astridia longifolia. So these woody dwarf shrubs with succulent leaves with a xeromorphic epidermis simply persist, and the same we observe with some stem succulents. This is a quick overview that shows you that these leaf succulent perennial dwarf shrubs lost perhaps 50% of the individuals, and from 23 species only 16 are left right now, while the stem succulent species lost 2 of 5, and also here roughly 50% of the individuals are still surviving. In sharp contrast, we see that the non-succulent woody shrubs are the losers. They disappeared completely. Just a few species names for those who know the flora. The surviving leaf succulent dwarf shrubs with highest numbers of surviving individuals are Astridia longifolia, Ruschia scenaria, and Ruschia eliniata, to name the Ruschia type of Aisoaceae, but surprisingly also 2 Crassulaceae. There's Crassula elegans and Cotyledon orbiculata. Also in the group of stem succulents, there's 1 Euphorbia, Ephedroides, but again 2 Crassulaceae, Tylochodon bucholtianus and Tylochodon paniculatum. And down here I mention a few of those non-succulent shrubs that disappeared completely: Euryopes namibensis, Blepharis furcata, Tisium lineatum, Neimania capensis. My second example looks at the loamy silt plains that cover a lot of surface in the Richtersveld that are important grazing ground for game and stock and that are very fragile. These silt plains are covered by another Aisoaceae, Brananthus pseudoschlichtianus. To look at monitoring data, we use plot number 3, also started in February 1980 at Numis with 35 species. Here we see a much more dramatic decline than on the rocky slopes. We see a complete collapse of the entire plant community after the extreme drought year of 2017. Almost no plants survived. Also, the keystone species Brananthus pseudoschlichtianus shows the same drastic decline. The same collapse took place in the Kurucha flacta. Here a photo from 2010, when we still found the highest density of stock posts in the Kurucha flacta. Now, a large number of the permanent plots in the Kurucha flacta are completely bare of live plants. The vulnerability of this ecosystem is directly related to the properties of Brananthus pseudoschlichtianus, which is the most important ecosystem engineer in the Richtersveld. As you can see here, this plant is leaf deciduous, but succulent stems remain during the dry season and lower the wind speed, to an extent that sedimentation of aeolian material, silt, sand, takes place underneath the cushion-like growth form of these plants, and thereby this plant creates landscapes. This photo shows signs of fluviatile transport and sedimentation in the depths of the soil profile. However, in the center of the image on top, you can see that underneath the remains of a Brownanthus shrub, horizontally layered aeolian sediments have been kept and accumulated by the shrub. This close-up again shows the horizontal structure of the freshly deposited aeolian material. So Brownanthus shrubs really accumulate the material and create the landscape in which they grow. On the other hand, once the Brownanthus shrubs disappeared, either due to a drought or due to overgrazing, the silty, loamy material is rapidly eroded. As a consequence, we see these drastic erosion patterns like this one taken in May of this year. In summary, there are three messages. First, the recent drought did not cause a regime change. There is not a new world of new plant species coming in, but the known communities with the known plants try to come back again. Number two, Brownanthus pseudoschlichtianus is the most important ecosystem engineer that builds landscapes, however, landscapes of high vulnerability. And therefore, one important land use recommendation: if Brownanthus plains collapsed due to drought or overutilization, don't allow grazing and trampling for at least 3 years. We know about destroyed Brownanthus patches at Numis, destroyed 3 to 4 decades ago, and they did not recover until today. That's all what I can fit into my 12 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have Norbert online? Okay, does anybody have a question for Norbert? I've got one over there.
Hi, I'm Annabelle Cardoso here. Thank you, that was a great talk. I was wondering, what is the community opinion on not grazing?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
So the question was, what is the community's opinion of not being allowed to graze?
You talk about the community of small stock farmers.
Yes.
Okay. We discussed several years in a series on overgrazing workshops, the results of the monitoring in cooperation with 10 to 20, 30 stock farmers. And with regard to the Brownanthus pseudoschlichtianus community, they told us these plants will come back in a year. However, that was not true. And I demonstrated that the grazing during the first 3 years killed the seedlings each time, but nevertheless, there was an opinion they will come back. We accepted that for many years, but meanwhile, I'm pretty sure that the opinion of the farmers was not correct, especially also we see old stock posts in the mountains that also never get revegetated with Brownanthus, but remain bare. And so I would go that far. I do not know a landscape where during the last 40 years planters came back. I'm not quite sure whether I met your question.
Thank you very much. I think unfortunately we're going to have to move on, but if you can stick around with us for the question and answer session at the end of the symposium, that would be fantastic. Thanks. Okay, I'm your next speaker, and I'm going to be talking to you a little bit more about our climate change vulnerability assessments and adaptation in our national parks. And thankfully, I had Wendy around that could set a wonderful scene for me. So hopefully I can skip over some of the first slides quite quickly. So I don't need to mention that climate change is a problem and we're seeing increasing impacts. So we're going to look in this talk at what we're trying to do about that. So Wendy mentioned that Sandpark's mandate is actually broader than just biodiversity conservation. We also have cultural heritage. We need to have diverse and responsible tourism and socioeconomic transformation. And importantly, almost 80% of our funding is self-generated. So that has massive implications for how we assess our vulnerabilities and the type of impact that they can have on our ability to meet our mandates. So Wendy mentioned our climate change preparedness strategy. One of the core places that this needs to feed in is into our park management plans, and these are revised at a park level every 10 years. And what we've been doing during the revision of these plans is incorporating a rather ambitious climate change objective. And the first step of this is to conduct a vulnerability assessment for that particular national park. Now, given our broad mandate, that's quite a mouthful. We need to look at biodiversity vulnerabilities, landscape functionality, people in the economy, financing and tourism, cultural heritage, and how to make this whole lot sustainable, especially given that with climate change, the traditional put up a fence and hope for the best is not necessarily the best strategy. So we've used a number of methods, and thankfully Wendy's gone over them, so I'm not going to go in any detail, but we had Kevin's work. We've had Morto doing a lot of workshops with communities and with park managers. I've been looking holistically at what is known for each national park to compile a vulnerability assessment across those different spheres that I've mentioned. And then we've got the project that I'm going to talk to you about, which is looking at how we can consider spatial climate change vulnerabilities at the scale of a single national park. So as I've mentioned, we have a park management plan for each of our parks, and this governs the activities that take place in the park and also where these happen spatially. So for those of you from overseas, I'll be talking about Table Mountain National Park. I won't use the pointer, but it's there where the little circle is. And within each of our park management plans, we've got a spatial sensitivity layer. And this layer typically considers things like the vegetation type, visual sensitivities, heritage assets that might be present. So one of our planners, Chad Cheney, came to me and said, okay, Nicola, we want to revise this layer. You need to tell me where are the climate change sensitivities. And I was like, okay, well, that's an interesting question. And we got some funding from TMF, and we've been collaborating with a large number of people to try and answer Chad's rather tricky question. So Jasper's one of our key collaborators, and he's been doing a lot of work on the Cape Peninsula looking at microclimates and how to define the actual physical landscape. So I'll mention a little bit more about that later. Then what we've been doing is taking a look at species vulnerabilities and where on the peninsula those particular species occur, and applying the method that Wendy actually developed while working with the IUCN to look at species level vulnerabilities. We've also considered socioeconomic vulnerabilities, so flood and fire and mudslide risk of decline in tourism and so on. And the idea is that we're going to combine all of this information and tell Chad where the climate change sensitivities are so that he can add them to his layer. But for the purpose of today's talk, I'm only going to have time to talk about the one component of the project. So just to give a little bit more context, this is the type of change that we've seen in Table Mountain National Park. This is data from Cape Point, and you can see the top is mean minimum temperature and the bottom is mean maximum temperature. And we've seen over a degree of change in average maximum temperatures, which is really quite something, and almost a degree of change in minimum temperatures as well in the last 60 years. And this obviously has impacts on the type of extreme events that we see. Not only does it increase the likelihood of things like fire and the impacts of drought, but it also means that you have fewer occurrences of cold snaps and other things that might be ecologically important. So right, what is a trait-based species vulnerability assessment? So basically it sounds very simple. You select your target group, you think what makes them sensitive or might give them poor adaptive capacity, you hold a workshop, you refine this information. There's us doing our online workshop during COVID. You collect the data and then you decide which are the most important traits. You look at the spatial distribution of these traits and also how the species themselves occur within the landscape, and then you rank the species in terms of their vulnerability. Now, each of these steps is more challenging than you would imagine. So just to take a step back and look at what makes a species sensitive. So this is the IUCN method that I mentioned that Wendy's worked on. So there's 5 broad categories of climate change sensitivity. Firstly, having sensitive specialized habitat, having narrow environmental tolerances, being requiring particular environmental triggers, for example, for breeding or migration, having interspecific actions such as mutualisms like pollination that might be disturbed, or just being rare. The second component is looking at adaptive capacity. So poor adaptive capacity comes in the form of poor dispersal ability, but also poor evolvability. And then lastly, exposure to climate change. We're kind of assuming that most species will be exposed, and we're bringing that component into our spatial analyses. So I'm not going to talk too much about exposure to climate change. So the challenge with plants on Table Mountain was firstly to find a species list, which took us half of our project time, and then that the species list was so long. So we had 2,475 plant species for which we needed to collect traits, and Pat and Tony deserve medals for this component of the work. So what did we collect information on? So we had defined a list infinitely longer than this one, but this is what we deemed there would be information for in terms of plant traits. So things like, does the species, is it known to decline from disease like Phytophthora, like Hugh was talking about? Does it depend on specialist pollinators? Is it particularly... forgot what I was going to say, but there were lots of things there. Then the next one is its adaptive capacity potential, and that's things like what is its lifespan in response to fire? So if fires come too soon or too late, would that be a problem? We also looked at whether species were weedy or not. Typically, many of our species are quite range restricted. They're not known to be particularly invasive. And then a number of these sensitivity and adaptive capacity traits we also thought of in terms of how they occur spatially. So the number of soil types on which a species occurs, or its range size, dependence on particular environmental phenomenon like southeast cloud. Right, so just to explain how this process works, it's a bit of a mouthful. So if you take something like narrow environmental tolerances as your broad trait class, you might have intolerance to fire regimes as a trait that you might want to consider. And for that, there would be a number of scenarios. So your first scenario would be reduced fire intensity, for which you might hypothesize that a decrease in fire intensity will increase the vulnerability of species that require high-intensity fires to stimulate germination or sprouting. So traits that we looked at there, for example, were species that are large, seeded, need high-intensity fires, or species that are interspersed, tend to be those ones that need high-intensity fires. So we collected information on seed side and dispersal mode, and we deemed species that have seeds above a certain size to have high vulnerability. And we go through the same sort of process for all the different traits. I don't have time to go into that now in detail. So I'm going to skip this one, but we looked at things like leaf size, plant height, and then some spatial aspects. So this is a very preliminary estimate of what we came up with. So what this graph does, on the left-hand axis, you've got the number of species, so our 2,400 species. And on the x-axis, you've got the different traits that we looked at. So basically, if there's a lot of the purplish color, that's the trait where a large number of species are vulnerable. So you don't need to read that. I'll pull out the most important ones. In terms of the things that were most common across our species, it's lack of weediness. As I mentioned, most of our species aren't known to particularly invade new areas. The second most common trait that species had was requiring low temperatures for germination, so they need to kind of go through that cold snap to germinate in the winter. We considered short plant height to make species more vulnerable to heat stress because they're closer to the hot substrate. And so on. There were lots of traits across that whole right-hand side of the graph that looked at different scenarios of fire change, and there were a lot of species there that were vulnerable. In terms of traits that we didn't find were affecting a large number of species, things like susceptibility to disease, and that one was largely because we just didn't know. and low seed output also didn't seem to be a particular problem. Right, so then we looked at this also in terms of particular families that were being affected, and what's quite interesting here is that the proteas seem to have a lot more traits that make them vulnerable compared to ericas. And in particular, they were deemed to have a lot of traits affected by fire regime change, whereas the ericas didn't seem to have any at all. So we need to look into that a little bit. And then in some instances, we also need to tweak the way that we're scoring things, because our succulents came out as highly vulnerable to heat stress because they are very short and they've got large leaf size. So clearly we need to exclude them first before we run that component of the analysis. And so the next step is then to look at our spatial traits. So for example, are species only occurring on south-facing slopes, or are they occurring on north-facing slopes? Do they have a lot of southeast cloud within their distribution? And then we also want to look at which species with particular traits share particular environments. And there's a huge number of ways that we can cut this particular problem up, and data resolution is also a bit of a challenge. Some species have point data and others have large polygons, and I think that the number of ways that we can combine this information has driven Chad and Jasper to stop responding to my emails. So right, we did manage to complete the process for reptiles and amphibians. So the next logical step would be, okay, you've got your vulnerable species, you look at where in the peninsula are these species known to occur, and you can produce that hotspot map that Wendy showed you earlier. So this shows that in the south of the Cape Peninsula, there's a large number of vulnerable amphibians. And then we can try and correlate this with some of Jasper's fancy environmental variables, and we're still working on the methods to do that. And then the next step is, although some of this is happening concurrently, to look at what we can actually do about that. Things like creating microhabitats, prioritizing alien clearing, diverting footpaths, all of these kind of things to decrease the sensitivity of our species, or enhancing their adaptive capacity. So it's not just about assisted migration, but potentially assisted reintroduction to where species have gone locally extinct and assessing the best possible locations for that, or just reducing human activity, or actually providing footpaths for mobile species. There are a lot of things that we are actually already trialing at a small scale. Diverting footpaths away from amphibian breeding pools, for example, is one that is already being implemented. Right, so we've been working with our managers now that we've got this long list of things that we think we could do, and trying to prioritize the importance of the intervention and how easy it is to implement. So there's some things that are really important, but we just know it's never going to work in practice. So we're trying to implement the easy ones first, and in the vain hope that this will generate kind of momentum and we can get more funding to do more of these sorts of projects. The real challenge, however, is that traditionally protected areas have been made to kind of overcome the problems of land use change and overharvesting. And the increasing problems that we are facing are from climate change, emerging diseases, and alien species. And so we're going to need completely novel ways of looking at this problem. We're also dealing with ecosystems that are highly fragmented. So all of the evolutionary pressures that have been on these species to date are not necessarily going to stand these species in good stead into the future. And a lot of these talks have had me scratching my head and wondering, shouldn't we just ship all of our species to the US, because they seem to have struggling species and maybe ours will do really well there. I mean, all the stuff they're moaning about is doing really well here. So I don't know what the answer is, but this is really something that we need to put our heads together on to think about. So thank you very much, and also thank you to everyone who participated in our workshop to identify the traits, and all the people in this room who actually helped to check some of our trait database, which is hugely massive, and we're working on it as a work in progress. So thanks, everyone. Jasper says I can give myself one question, but otherwise we'll move swiftly along.
Thanks, Nicola. That's really fascinating. I'm just wondering, is it feasible to do this for every park? Because while this is fantastic for Table Mountain, I'm thinking about the Galas, I'm thinking about elsewhere where it's equally vulnerable and priority. How much time and resource do you need?
So thanks, that's a great question. One of the promises that we made to TMF was that we would write report on how to do this elsewhere. We've certainly learned what not to do, but that is the plan, is to probably simplify what we've done here, but absolutely to try and apply the method to all of our other parks. And they obviously want it done yesterday. So if anyone is keen to help with this, that would be really fantastic. Okay, our next speaker is Megan Jennings, who's talking to us live from California. So welcome.
Hi, I'm Megan Jennings. I'm really glad to be able to share this work with you today. I'll be talking about collaboration for conservation and climate adaptation action in Southern California. And I'd like to acknowledge my co-author, Amber Paris, who is the director of the Climate Science Alliance, the organization who is at the heart of the work that I'll be talking about today. So in Mediterranean ecosystems, we face many threats from climate change, as you all know: sea level rise, drought, extreme heat, wildfires, and all of those threats affect both our ecosystems and our human communities. So in Southern California, we formed a partnership in 2015, the Climate Science Alliance, to address these intersectional threats through transdisciplinary and cross-sector partnerships and collaborations. We've done this by establishing a model with three main pillars: building resilience, building capacity, and building community. So to build resilience, we focus on co-producing regionally relevant science to advance climate adaptation. To build capacity, we work together on increasing dissemination and translation of the science to promote its application by meeting people where they are. And building community, we work to make science accessible to a range of different audiences, from school children to local communities to conservation practitioners to local jurisdictional planners and more. To advance this model, we focus our work in each pillar. To build resilience, we aim to foster partnerships to advance co-produced research. To build capacity, we convene practitioners for trainings, peer-to-peer sharing, and more. And to build community, we work to inspire the community in the ways through which we communicate the science. And we really believe that this model has been successful because the community partners are at the foundation of everything we do. So you can see in this image that the range of partners that we work with on this partnership at the bottom of the slide. And I like to say that we're really working to transcend grassroots and form oak roots, like you see in this image, because those are the basis for solid and long-lasting growth and support for the climate solutions that we develop together that you see at the top of the slide. So our boundary-spanning projects provide knowledge that span across sectors and scales. We cultivate capacity and motivation, building on our partners' social capital. And then this model sustains the meaningful engagement because it's built on trust and cooperation. And indeed, we believe that this work really has been successful. More than 400 organizations have joined our network of partners in the last 7 years. We've collaboratively developed 15 projects supported by more than 4 million in funding, both growing in number of projects and amount of funding. We've held 94 workshops and trainings, reaching almost 4,000 professionals, and held 215 community events, including reaching more than 230,000 youth. That's the next generation of climate adaptation professionals and activists interested in changing the way that we address climate change. And importantly, we've also worked to elevate underrepresented voices in this work by providing a space that's visioned and led by our Indigenous partners. That's a separate space that we work in with them. So together we work to integrate Western and Indigenous sciences with equal valuation to advance climate adaptation, not just for natural resource conservation and community resilience, but importantly the cultural resilience of Indigenous communities. And this includes efforts to promote Indigenous stewardship or co-stewardship of the ancestral homelands of our tribal partners. The question then is, how do we get from these?
Okay, can you hear me all right? Yes. All right, thanks. We're changing on the fly here to make it. So I'm going to pick up where I left off
The question then is, how do we get from these pillars of transformational adaptation? So for the Climate Science Alliance, it began with individual projects, which you see in brown at the bottom of this figure. Let's see here. So this is a sampling of some of the individual projects that we have undertaken over the last 7 years. They span different geographies. You can see they involve different disciplines, sectors, and communities. And they all follow this model that I talked about of building resilience, building capacity, and building community, but they're designed to meet the needs of each unique ecosystem and community. Oops. So from there, we've worked to connect those individual projects to connect multiple initiatives, which you see in the circle in the center there, by leveraging these individual projects and trying to bring them together for greater impact. So for example, alliance partners came together to address an identified need by the partnership to synthesize existing science and knowledge about the impacts of climate change on San Diego's ecosystem. So that's the report you see featured here. It was part of the state's 4th climate assessment in California. And this was a collaboration, a really fun one, of climatologists and ecologists who developed the report for that state assessment that I mentioned without a mandate or without funding to do so. So you can really see that the scientists involved and the partners involved were really committed to this. And the intent for the partnership was to really provide one-stop shopping, essentially, to the end users who needed this up-to-date information synthesized in a way that could help guide their planning for climate adaptation in conservation efforts and natural resource management. And then out of those efforts to deliver the science from that report to our stakeholders and partners, we identified that there was a research gap and a priority for our partners to advance the science supporting regional conservation planning by planning for climate-wise connectivity across the region. And so that's the map that you see here was a result of follow-on work that happened that I led out of San Diego State University that was intended to support adaptation and resilience in our natural systems with a goal of keeping common species. So those species you see on the left-hand side are fairly common in Southern California, at least in certain ecosystems. And we wanted to make sure that they would be able to move across the landscape and adapt to changing climatic conditions. So we developed this regional linkage plan that you see in the map there, with input from a range of conservation planners and natural resource managers who were interested in this climate adaptation work and trying to incorporate that into their conservation efforts. And then finally, as we move towards the top of the graphic there, we've worked to further scale up our efforts to develop what we're calling sort of holistic climate adaptation approaches, where we're integrating components of multiple projects and using the sustained and meaningful engagement from our projects and initiatives to guide transformational adaptation. And so I'm going to show you an example of that. This is a graphic from a project that we just completed in this last year that we called the Connecting Wildlands and Communities Project. And so in this effort, we were building on from the State of the Science assessment that I mentioned for our Southern California ecosystems, building on that connectivity work and really focusing on connectivity to assess how connected landscapes can help us with climate smart planning across Southern California. So the goal here was really to bridge the divide between planning in natural systems and built environments, helping to break out of the silos that we often work in so that we can work more cooperatively and collaboratively together. And in this work, we focused on how natural and connected landscapes can help us achieve multiple benefits for both wildlands and communities with the goals of achieving things like reducing fire risk, increasing water sustainability, promoting conservation of biodiversity across this entire complex social ecological system. And this work was really transformative as we reached out to different sectors and disciplines to reach new user communities. We were gathering their input and integrating their perspectives from project inception to completion, and we reached over 600 people in those efforts all across Southern California, and I think that has made an impact on the uptake that we've seen already. So we also work to deliver this information in ways that could meet people where they are and be readily integrated into their existing planning practices. We don't want to make climate adaptation something entirely separate. How can we build it into what you're already doing? So this included a series of interactive maps, like you see here. You can use the QR code at the top left of the screen there to actually visit this and have it be interactive. But this was something that our partners asked for, as well as some adaptation menus and case studies that really helped link the data products to potential pieces of practice. So what adaptation strategies might you implement, or where are examples of where this has been put into practice elsewhere to better serve planning needs of our project partners. And then one of my favorite parts to talk about is how we integrated that building community pillar into this work. So in this transformative project, we work to deliver the science and stories of our user communities through a range of mediums. We use graphic design, videos, artistic interpretations of the research to help us connect with people on more than just an intellectual level with data. Climate change and its impacts are personal and emotional, and these efforts helped us perhaps reach those who may not connect as well with data, maps, or graphs. And I think that has really reached people as well. I just wanted to feature some of that real briefly. So for our project art collaborations, we were fortunate to have a story map developed by artist Audrey Carver that featured watercolor interpretations of our data maps paired with researcher and practitioner stories that brought the project alive and gave it a connection to the people and places it serves. Oops, excuse me. And we also had an art series. This is one example, but we worked collaboratively with an artist, Kim Reeser, who's a watercolor artist, to develop a whole series connected to different components of the project. And this one is focused on some refugia analyses that we did. It's been exhibited virtually and in person at several art shows, but you can see right in the center there is our refugia image surrounded by all the other things that we deal with in Southern California and other Mediterranean climates. And then the true transformation, in my opinion, and for this work, is that it doesn't just end once papers have been published or a web tool has been developed. That this Connecting Wildlands and Communities project provided a foundation that's led to more partnerships and collaborative projects where that work is continuing to be leveraged. So in addition to growing our network of partners and building our individual and collective research portfolios, the project has inspired and enhanced new projects and collaborations like our Resilient Restoration Project that centers on enhancing ecological and cultural resilience, guided by our tribal partners to combine Western science and modeling with Indigenous knowledge. And that's allowing us to promote planning and restoration practice to support the persistence of culturally important plant species. The montane forest conservation strategy you see in the center there is a large collaborative effort aimed at finding common ground and fostering partnerships to protect Southern California's sky islands of montane forests. And then on the right-hand side, this is all feeding into a broader initiative at San Diego State University to promote community-driven and community-led work to advance climate adaptation focused on the human dimensions of climate change. Even more is emerging. Our upcoming efforts will focus on decision support for drought and fire resilience planning, things that you've been hearing about in this session already that is not unfamiliar to any of you working in Mediterranean ecosystems. We're also focusing on refugia as a framework to help guide and prioritize conservation and climate adaptation in action. We're excited for what the future will bring, and we're always looking to expand our reach and create more opportunities for transformative climate adaptation. So if you'd like to talk more, I encourage you to reach out. Thank you. And thanks for adjusting on the fly with me.
Thanks so much, Megan. I'll allow time for one quick question for Megan. If we don't have one, then we'll take questions during the question and answer session at the end. Next up, we've got Gregor Skierman, also from the United States. Gregor, are you online?
name is Gregor Skierman. I'm an ecologist with the U.S. National Park Service Climate Change Response Program. And if you're seeing this recording, it means for whatever reason I couldn't actually log in or get in, and I apologize for that, but I'm glad we at least have this video so that I can participate virtually in this way. I'm going to be speaking in this quick talk about adapting to climate change in the U.S. National Park Service, and I'm going to be speaking fairly broadly and generally because we work across a great diversity of ecosystem types, but we do have Mediterranean ecosystems within our domain, and they're an important part of our focus, and everything I say here is applicable to Mediterranean ecosystem conservation and stewardship. As I said, I'm with the U.S. National Park System. We have a large domain, over 400 units in every state and in territories in the Pacific and the Caribbean. We manage over 85 million acres in units as small as less than an acre and as large as over 13 million acres. And our unit types are diverse. A minority of our units are known as national parks, and most have some of these other designations, including, interestingly, that one at the very end. The White House itself is a National Park Service management unit. Now, climate change is a large and intensifying driver of ecological change worldwide, as we know. It's not the only stressor. We can talk about habitat loss and fragmentation, invasive species, pollution, and others, but it has a unique place in the conversation because of its power, its pervasiveness, and its durability. And increasingly, in this case, the American public and American media are recognizing that the climate change and its nature presents some really strong and unique challenges for protected area and biodiversity conservation. So I've got a three-part talk, and I'm just going to step right into it, beginning with recognition of the climate change threat and the need to adapt in the National Park Service. So we're an organization, a system that's a little over a century old, founded by the Organic Act of 1916, which calls on us to conserve resources unimpaired for present and future generations. By the mid-20th century, in an important work called the Leopold Report, it was understood what this means is to preserve vignettes of primitive America, basically keep things like they were. By the end of the century and the beginning of this century, there had been an evolution and a recognition of substantial natural change, both cyclical and directional change in ecosystems, and a recognition that we need to embrace change, but that it must be natural. And natural, as you can see in this several sentence bit of continuous text from our management policies, is a real cornerstone of our management. Management Policies 2006 is our most recent update. And yet within a decade of the ink drying on that update, one could look around, as this study did, and see that in fact, already 80% of our parks by that time were already extremely warm, and by now I'm sure that proportion has gone up. And thus we see trees that have lived in place and withstood the ups and downs of climate and all kinds of stressors for centuries and indeed millennia, going up in flames in ways that have never been seen before, with a mismatch between vegetation and climate. We're seeing changes in our precipitation regimes that lead to things like the flooding chaos in Yellowstone of the past few months, which are really unprecedented. And then we have a number of coastal parks, and they've all seen sea level rise already, and they recognize they're committed to more of it in the future with a range of what they might experience. And here at the top right is an image of high sea levels impacting an important cultural resource in a mid-Pacific park of ours, Kohau. When we think about biodiversity worldwide, a study like this one by Blows et al. Shows us that we're already seeing substantial turnover in ecological communities wherever we have data. And in our own work in the Park Service with the National Audubon Society, we took a look forward, and under assumptions of continuing high greenhouse gas emissions, we found that the average park would experience a 23% change in the bird assemblage between now and the middle of the 21st century. We also recognize that even if emissions began to decline dramatically tomorrow, we would still be committed to experience a great deal of cumulative climate change and resource impacts because of lag times and things like that. And so when we think about these pervasive and growing influences driven by humans on our natural systems, and then we think about a National Park Service mission of maintaining things in a natural condition, we realize that we have a real challenge here, especially when our definition of natural condition is resource condition in the absence of human dominance over the landscape. And our director recognized the same thing over a decade ago, labeled this the greatest threat to the integrity of our parks that we've ever experienced, and helped us stand up a climate change response strategy with 4 pillars: science, adaptation, mitigation, and communication, and a climate change response program of which I've been a member since the year 2013. And we focus on 3 of those pillars listed here, and I focus in particular on the top 2. And so at the same time as our program was standing up, there was some evolution in the thinking here, and a board that advises our director suggested we revisit that Leopold report of the mid-20th century and perhaps reorient towards stewarding parks and resources for continuous change that is not yet fully understood. So on the one hand, this is kind of vague, and on the other hand, it's also very real. And consistent with this, our director released a policy clarification memo that gave our managers quite a lot of latitude to reimagine their stewardship responsibilities in the context of climate change and to be realistic about it. And this also allowed a program like the one I'm part of to encourage and guide climate change adaptation. And perhaps the best representation of that, the most current anyway, is Planning for a Changing Climate, a guide we released last year after several years of collaboration with partners. And it seeks to foster climate change adaptation as a regular practice in resource and asset stewardship. And it represents a couple of customizations on pre-existing climate-smart conservation. One of them is considering more than one scenario of the future, which is really important to us. Whether we're talking about climate change represented on the left or environmental response represented on the right, what we see is a range of possible ways things might play out. And the range is wide enough that those endpoints and points in between are qualitatively distinct and need to be planned around. And what this means is that a situation looks more like the diagram on the right from a recent publication of ours, which suggests that, again, we need to think explicitly and clearly about the different ways climate and environmental condition might play out, including developing strategies that are robust to that way, the ways that things might play out, and contingencies ready to be applied depending on how things actually do play out. The other major customization here is a strong focus on really being strategic and developing forward-looking goals that carefully consider future climatic conditions. And here the Resist, Accept, Direct, or RAD framework we find and partners find to be useful because it presents 3 distinct choices that a natural resource manager may make in response to strong human-driven ecological trajectories that are very simply to practice traditional conservation and resist the trajectory, to do what we often do but do unconsciously, and then instead in this case do very consciously and intentionally, which is to accept ecosystem change and allow natural systems to try to come into equilibrium with the changes in fundamental drivers. Or at the bottom we can intervene, but instead of resisting, instead to direct or shape the trajectory to at least avoid least preferred outcomes. This framework is very simple, but in our work with managers we find that it's clarifying and empowering, because with these 3 verbs, there's a consistent focus on manager intent and action. There's a universality in that these are the 3 options presented very simply and neutrally in a toolkit type conception. And we find again that the RAD framework supports good communication and collaboration. And if you want to know more about this, you can learn about it on the NPS Resist, Accept, Direct framework page. Finally, I want to just cover what National Park Service climate change adaptation looks like with a few examples. On the one hand, parks like the one at Sequoia and Kings Canyon with these giants catching a flame are doing some really in some ways kind of desperate but also valiant efforts to resist change by foil wrapping the base of trees and removing organic material when fires are threatening groves. In Bandelier National Monument, they have experienced some of these massive fires and droughts, and they are resisting change by replanting Douglas fir, which is also a culturally important tree, but they're putting it through the filter of whether it's strategic or not, and they're only replanting where the modeling suggests the reestablishment is a decent prospect. And at the same time, they're complementing this resistance with directing change by planting at the upper margins of historical ranges of these species in anticipation or in real life tracking of shifts in climate suitability within the park. In Fire Island National Seashore in the New York area, a hurricane a few years ago punched a hole in this Barrier Island ecosystem, exacerbated by high tide and sea level rise. And park managers could well have brought in the machinery to close this breach, but they instead made a decision to leave it and allow this system to start to try to come into equilibrium with changes in the fundamental drivers of resource condition. In Cuyahoga Valley National Park in the center of the country, the black locust, a species occurring historically to the south of this park, is being recognized now not so much as an unwelcome invasive, but as a climate tracking species that's native to the region and that is now finding suitable climatic habitat here in this park. In Glacier National Park, a native bull trout that is threatened by warming and also non-native species is being released here above a natural barrier in a drainage where it can conserve its thermal niche and escape its non-native tormentors. And this is an example of directing change in this drainage in this part of it for the purposes of conservation. Final example is Acadia National Park, where the superintendent explains that we do all three of these things, resist, accept, direct, depending on context, and we do so complementarily. They're worried about losing the boreal forest, and as this visiting congressman recognizes, this is because species that historically existed there are having a hard time recruiting there because of climate change. So they're worried about how much they can resist this change. They're increasingly thinking about how they don't want to accept Eurasian invasives taking over, and they want to start directing, which involves researching with common garden experiments to think about how they might do so. So I appreciate your time here. I hope I've given you a good sampling of National Park Service adaptation across the spectrum, and I'm hoping that this is a wonderful symposium, and I'm sorry to be missing it.
Thank you so much, Gregor. Gregor is online if you do want to ask him a question. Maybe you do need to do some star jumps. Thanks, Gregor. We'll get back to you now. We've got one last talk from Kyle Smith, who's going to be taking a more marine perspective on things.
Thank you. This thing's giving me nightmares. Afternoon. Thank you very much. I'll try and be quick. So I want to give you a little bit of a slightly different talk, a bit more on experiences around that we've experienced around managing estuaries in national parks in the garden route. Sorry, just go back. Ian Russell and Jonathan Britton, my co-authors, I'd just like to acknowledge them from the beginning. And Ian is a lot older than me and has a lot more experience, and a lot of this comes from him as well. So just very quickly, the Garden Route National Park, obviously situated in the Garden Route, situated between Wilderness in the west and Tsitsikamma in the east. It's a largely open access park, pretty fragmented with a large number of different land uses, including agriculture, urban, and forestry. I'll only be talking about two estuaries, although a number occur within the park, which is this thing scares the hell out of me. I'm actually not going to do it. It's the Swartvlei Estuary in Sedgefield and the Tow Estuary in Wilderness. So both of these systems are managed by national parks, but only up until the water, the edge of the waters. The adjacent land is either under private residence or is managed by municipal, local, or district municipalities. Just take a note of the top. That's the Tow Estuary back in 1925, I think, somewhere around there. And then look how the mouth has been adapted through the development of the national road and also a railway line. You can see the change in the mouth morphology. Because you have a large amount of development within the ecological functioning zone, both these systems have artificial mouth manipulation. And these are done under the protocols of mouth breaching protocol. And part of this is that we have set heights of when we should be breaching, when we should be opening those mouths, and this is to try and alleviate any flooding within the adjacent land, but also to take into ecological considerations. So to try and have enough head of water that when you do breach, you try and take that sediment away from the mouth. I put these two pictures in to show you that these events are very, they generate a lot of interest within the communities. Everyone has an opinion on when it should be done, how it should be done, where you should do it, and if you should do it. And then on the top as well, those are fishermen that are basically trying to catch fish migrating migrating out the mouth during an opening event using seine nets, not seine nets, using cast nets, wash baskets, buckets, whatever they can use. So managing the mouth is not only about managing that mouth opening event itself, but all the activities that go around with it. Just to give you an example, some of those developments in the Toe estuary are sitting at 2.7 meters. We're breaching at 2.1, 2.4, so there's not a lot of wiggle room there, and there will berm height, that's the sea, the sand height between the sea and the estuary gets up to about 3.5 meters. Flooding does occur, and in the early 2000s there were 3 1-in-100-year floods that occurred that it caused extensive damage within the region. That's Swartflow estuary during the flood in the bottom two pictures. That is not a car, that's a boat traveling down the N2. At the time, after the first flood, there was a lot of accusations. After the third flood, there was a lot of accusations that management authorities had not done enough after the first flood to alleviate the risks of the second and third flood. This also created a lot of pressure on sand parks from individuals. The pressure had already been there because you've had this development in the low-lying areas, but it certainly got exacerbated during this process. And it came from individual landowners, but also from municipalities and other authorities, both at an institutional level aimed at sand parks, but unfortunately very much also at the individual level. If you're a ranger in Kruger, you might at some point be charged by Rhino. If you're a ranger down here, you're going to get charged by a lawyer's letter. So then the question is, and then because of this pressure, we started to see that yes, the pressure was reflecting on Sand Park's protocol. We were actually breaking from that protocol, and we were starting to breach at lower and lower heights. This is the mouth breaching height from the Toe estuary since 1990 when Ian started to monitor the system, up to about 2019, 2020. If you want, I can tell you a little bit later why there's a little bit of uptick there. But we also saw that the number of breaching events per year were increasing. This has obviously cost implications for sand parks. And at the same time, the duration that the mouth was open after breaching was decreasing. So the question is then, has this had an impact on the ecosystem functioning and processes? And we're very lucky in that we've had long-term monitoring data on a number of different variables within these systems. So if you look at the physical-chemical parameters, one of them is salinity, and within the wilderness lakes we've shown that yes, there is a directional trend of a decrease in salinity over this time. That red increases, that's during a drought, 2008 to 2012. And this also had an impact on the submerged and emergent plant communities. We have updated this. I don't have the maps from Ian to show you, but basically with the emergent plants, you're starting to lose your wetland plant communities because you're not allowing that water level to get high enough to flood those areas. We also know that mouth opening events drive fish community composition, your abundance and diversity. That study was not done in 2010. It was started in 2010, ran all the way through to 2020, or till COVID stopped it. But basically during that period, we showed that there was no juvenile recruitment within the Toe estuary. There had been a loss of a nursery function. You would expect that. The mouth is closed. They can't recruit in. But what we also showed was an introduction of a new invasive species, the common carp, and how that then spread through the system and also had at least 2 successful spawning seasons. So the upshot of it, if you take it all together, is that you're shifting the system from an estuarine-dominated system into a more freshwater-dominated or lacustrine system. So when thinking about this and putting it all together, I was wondering, how do I fit into a framework? And so we adapted a framework from Garcia Lorentz, which is a socio-ecological framework. In this framework, you've got different subcomponents. Your biophysical system, which comprises of your resource system and your resource units. These then have the capacity to supply ecosystem services, whether it be regulating, supporting, or cultural. Your ecosystem demand is then through your resource users or your beneficiaries. And that's going to, I just put 3 up there, your users, recreationists, homeowners, and fishers, whether it be recreational subsistence. You can have a whole lot more. And obviously, these guys all have different values, needs, and desires. Your governance institutions, unfortunately in estuarine systems you have a range of different governance and management institutions, all with different legislations. Those arrows indicate interactions and interdependencies between the different subsystems and with feedbacks. And then that whole social ecological system can be influenced by much larger economic, political situations, climate change, and then disturbance events. We put pandemics there as well. So if we accept that as the framework, then it seemed very plausible that what we were seeing is we had actually entered or fallen into a social ecological trap with a negative feedback. So basically you had a long history of poor development within the floodplain. This created a lot of pressure on the management authorities, sandparks. So we deviated from our own breaching protocols, breaching at lower and lower heights. That then had a negative influence on the biophysical system, which influenced its ability to provide those ecosystem services, the different services that different people were looking for. This is probably neither biologically nor socially sustainable. And at the same time that was happening, you had these 2 narrative traps that were occurring as well. And this was within sandparks. So because of this, how do I put it, sometimes aggression, aimed at individuals, stakeholder engagement became like a taboo. It was, we're not going to do this because it's a place of conflict at worst, and it's a place of people bashing it's a place of conflict at best and people bashing at worst. So people were really anti-stakeholder engagement. Within communities, there was a strong narrative that Sandparks is not interested in the issues, the social issues, they're only interested in the environmental issues. And also, importantly, that an estuarine has to be open, estuarine system has to be open to be healthy. Estuarine in a closed phase was unhealthy. So to break that system, to break that social ecological trap, required intervention at multiple different points and ongoing interventions, including a dramatic increase in interaction and communication. Having just told you that Sandparks personnel did not want to do that, so it was an active, you had to shift that mindset within Sandparks. And that interaction occurred at multiple different levels, whether it be formal or informal, individual and within groups. Even down to the level of where 2 of us, Jonathan and myself, run a lot. We joined a running club, and the local editor of the newspaper is also in the running club. So, targets and more running. We updated our mouth breaching rules to enable pre-breaching below those heights, dependent on weather conditions and also rainfall data. So if we're sitting at 1.8 meters and you're going to have a lot of rain coming in, then it's permissible to breach early. To help aid in this, we put up a whole lot of mini weather stations up into the catchment areas that provided live data that we could feed into. We know that if you get a 50 mils of rain in some of the catchments, then you get about a 2 centimeter rise of water down in the estuary. We also adapted our mouth preparations, so that picture on the bottom left, I put it in deliberately because it takes about 18 hours to open an estuary. That's quite a long time if you've got a front coming in and you've got water level rising very quickly. So to speed up, you dig a preparatory channel and you basically leave a plug of sand in place. And that takes your time down from 18 hours to about 45 minutes. So it alleviates a lot of stress for the individual who's making that decision, but also for the landowners. But even when you do it, this was taken earlier this year, we had 7-meter swells that came through, a lot of washover, and basically your preparation channel is destroyed. So if you're coming back to climate change, so we know what some of the predicted changes in climate are likely to be in this area. So your rainfall is going to become more variable. Your air temperature is going to become greater. Your sea level rise, increased storms and coastal surge, ocean acidification and ocean currents. Your estuarine and your social ecological system is going to be impacted by any of these, either through direct or indirect impacts, and it's more vulnerable as it can be influenced through changes in freshwater or through terrestrial or through to marine components. I think it's important here that although, I've got to choose my words carefully because I was going to say climate adaptation, but if your climate response is possible, I think it's very important here that that is possible, but it depends on having an agreement between different stakeholders. And to have an agreement, you have to have an alignment of values. And I think at the moment, unfortunately, we're seeing some sort of convergence, but we're not having that alignment of values yet, in particular when it comes to individual private landowners and what they want to do and what they want to achieve. And I think this is really constraining our adaptive capacity as a system to incorporate change, climate change, and also uncertainty. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Carl. I think what I'm going to do is invite Wendy forward, and if you can get all of our online speakers maybe on the screen, then I'll take questions from the floor. I don't know if we've got any more microphones. Carl, you stay here. Yeah. You? No, I think just, yeah, Hugh and Carl and myself, and we've got our online speakers, so maybe just to remind you of everyone who's given a talk, they're here in front of us, and thank you so, so much for getting up like before sunrise to all our speakers online. It's really been great having you with us. Yeah, so we're opening the floor to questions, if anyone's got a question for any of us. Or if any of the panel online have questions for some of the other speakers, that would also be great.
Thanks. And just to clarify again, guys, I promise you I have checked there's so many flowers around here and so much pollen. I've had 2 COVID tests just to check. It isn't COVID, please. You can still hang out with me. Yeah, so we've gone sort of, we've sort of weaved our way across multiple really important sort of boundaries between socio-ecological systems, science, research, implementation, ecology. And it's these, this is what I think has made this session so interesting, is that we've tackled it from so many angles. But it's those crossing those divides are so challenging, but also where I think a lot of the innovation and interesting bits are. So I'm keen to just hear from speakers, particularly around the research implementation sort of divide, how they think that we can best engage these 2 communities. And I'd put it first to Norbert Jurgens. Norbert, your results are, your monitoring and your findings are staggering and terribly disturbing. And I know we've started discussions already about telling us, like, please, we want to try something up there. What can we do? And can you help us?
I think we need a new discussion with the stock farmers, which did not take place during the last 3-4 years because of COVID-19 and other problems. And yeah, I also had the problem that traveling was prohibited by our university. So I wasn't allowed to be in the Richtersveld very often. I will go to the Spurgebiet, now Cape National Park, in 10 days to spend 4 weeks also to compare the vegetation in the Aurus Mountains, which are very, very similar to the Richtersveld, but have no stock farming at all, and due to poaching also not much game. And I want to compare that vegetation with the Valley of Numis. So that will be the next step, and thereafter, so roughly in a month's time, I want to go back to Richtersveld and hopefully we'll come together with stock farmers. I think they must explain the situation from their angle of view, And I will also use the data I've shown today and others to convince them that there is a real problem. I can't tell more because that discussion must take place. Those overgrazing workshops I reported on earlier took place 20, 30 years ago with Fiona Archer and other people moderating, but this needs a new start now.
Thank you. Great.
Thank you. Wendy. No, I just wanted to, I suppose the question is, I'm looking at the building blocks aspect of the ecosystems, not even starting at species, but maybe even ecotypes. You alluded to the Bontebok as a possibility, question mark, extinction, and I missed Norbert's talk. Are there any examples of actual extinction to the direct effects, at any rate, of climate change?
So I'm happy to answer that one. So yes, the first attributed extinction to climate change was the golden toad. It lived in the cloud forests of Costa Rica. I think went extinct in the early 90s. And that was a combination, pollution, climate change, and trichomycosis. The next and most recent direct one, or the only mammal, maybe the first mammal, shall we say, climate change extinction is the Bramble Cay mellimus. It's a tiny, Bramble Cay is a tiny little island south of Papua New Guinea, very low-lying. This species occurred only there, and big storm surge, sea level rise washed over the island, and they're gone. So those are two, and I think we're definitely heading for some in the Richtersveld. Yeah. So those are some examples that really are true. As for Bontebok National Park, we're not saying the species will go extinct, just that it's climatically probably not suitable. There are things we could do to keep it surviving there, and it will survive elsewhere, but these are some decisions we need to take.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Leslie Richardson, and I'm from the Agulhas Biodiversity Initiative, which is a landscape-wide program in the southern tip of Africa area. And I'd like to ask Megan, I really was impressed with your program. I think the multifaceted nature of it is amazing. And your view on what media you think is best to use if we want to aim for these general values, changes in values that Kyle mentioned, and also to address consumption patterns and decision makers, their actions, because this is what's driving this, and it's almost like we're just running after them, trying to adapt and survive. But actually, we need to be, hitting everybody off at the pass. And my question to you is, how do you go about using the mass media, I think, better? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question, and we're still working on exactly how to get there, some trial and error, as well as a lot of conversations with people. I think part of how we've had success thus far and are trying to continue to have success, we've reached some communities, but I think we need to go even further and, for example, political figures and people, decision makers at sort of legislative levels, we still need to break in and have more conversations with those folks. Part of it is coming up with some things and then seeing how people respond to them through the trial and error process. It's an iterative process, and we just keep trying to expand, because I think everything that we've done has connected with some groups, but perhaps doesn't reach all. In addition to the examples I gave in my talk, I definitely think one thing we're doing on the Montane Forest project that I mentioned that Hugh's involved with is trying to use the actual media, the journalistic media, to help us get messages out and reach larger groups of people. So I think it's continued effort and progress, and perhaps us working more with communication specialists, marketing specialists. A colleague of mine said, let's not come up with a communication plan, let's come up with a marketing plan so we can figure out how to talk about this, because as scientists, I think that's, not always something that we focus on, but in climate adaptation is something that is going to make the difference between whether we have a real impact or not.
Hi, I have a question. Thanks. That was an excellent session, first of all. This is a question for the national park managers or individuals that work with the National Park Service. How do you incorporate uncertainty into your action plans?
Actually planning a series of workshops that Gregor is going to co-run with us. And in the interest of time, I was thinking of giving Gregor and Stephen some closing words. So I don't know if I can throw this one to you, Gregor. I could have given chance for Kyle, myself, and Wendy to answer, but we're probably running out of time. So Gregor, if you want to give some insights into what we're planning, that would be great. And then Stephen, maybe you can just give us some closing words.
That sounds good. I'm just making sure you can hear me. Great, I'm getting some nods. I think uncertainty, and I'm getting a bit of an echo, but I'll just try and manage with that. Uncertainty is a big deal. And the first thing we do in talking with parks and partners is mostly try not to use that word because that's a scientific word, and instead emphasize the range of conditions that managers may face. And so that's our distillation. And we, as I said in my presentation, we emphasize a lot scenario planning and being very explicit about this rather than doing two unproductive things. One is thinking you can just wait for certainty because a lot of the sources of uncertainty are future societal decisions. So the one is we say you can't wait for things to become certain. The second one is you can't necessarily just take an ensemble average and think that if you're planning around that, you've got your bases covered. Fundamentally, this is all about scenario planning. And if you Google National Park Service scenario planning, we've got a nice web page that's got a lot of resources so you can jump right in. And just kind of closing the loop here with what Nicola was saying, we in the US Park Service are working with Nicola and Wendy and colleagues to do a couple of workshops in South Africa about this time next year. And the whole idea is to create some case studies and bring the NPS scenario planning approach and do some adapting of it for the South African context. So what I would say is stay tuned, and maybe in a couple of years, what you'll be hearing from some of us is how that worked out and what we achieved, and specifically how we were able to work with managers to sketch out this uncertainty, be explicit about it, and then plan around it productively without getting overwhelmed.
Thanks, Gregor. Stephen, would you like to give us some words of hope?
Sure, or at least some perspectives. But I think I do see hope in this conversation. You know, clearly the problems here, as illustrated by all of these presentations, are very complex. And the last presentation by Kyle just shows the difficulty of the different entanglements of different stakeholders with different perspectives, different values, different things that they attach importance to, and conflicting with the mandates and explicit and implicit values of the managers, the people with sand parks and the other agencies that they're having to work with, both local and federal. So these are really difficult problems. Just to go back to or to follow on Gregor's point about uncertainty, that yeah, it's a dorky, geeky, jargony word, and it means different things to researchers than it does necessarily to stakeholders, and it differs among researchers. Uncertainty means different things to a climate modeler than it does to, say, an ecologist. At the same time, I think that stakeholders do understand and grasp the general concept of uncertainty. We certainly don't need to hide it. And that's part of the, I think part of the success of the scenario planning that Gregor has showed. Part of the effectiveness is that it doesn't overstate the uncertainty, or it doesn't trap us in the uncertainty. It allows a place to have conversations and make progress and make intelligent, informed decisions in the face of the fundamental uncertainty. And so that's very important. I think, you know, that we've got a lot of different tools that that all of the speakers have discussed here that can be used in these kinds of contexts. And I hope that this whole symposium has just helped in the exchange of those kinds of perspectives and the broadening of all of our toolkits. I'll just say one other thing, again, to get back at the complexity that these are cross-cultural conversations. They're different disciplines within the sciences have different cultures and different stakeholders from the lay public to the people in the flood paths or the flood plains, to the people who visit to the parks, to the people who are trying to manage these landscapes and these resources. They represent a spectrum of diverse cultures, each with its own values and its own language. So much of the challenge here is in being able to talk to each other and to bridge these cultural divides. I was intrigued by Megan's use of the term marketing as opposed to mass media. As a recovering academic, you know, marketing, most university professors, if you say marketing, they're gonna run away. They don't, you know, it just has connotations that most scientists are not comfortable with. On the other hand, there's a lot of important scholarship in the business colleges and other colleges in, you know, let's call it communication or engagement or something, maybe put a different label on it other than marketing, but it uses the same kinds of principles. And there's a great deal that we can learn there. So I'll just say in conclusion, I certainly learned a lot in this symposium. I'm hoping that everyone did. And I wish us all, I do feel optimistic about where these conversations can go. And I think we've seen some examples of some of the progress that can be made. And at the same time, of course, we've also seen the challenges, both physical and ecological, as well as social and political. So I wish us all luck as we go forward, because despite our best efforts, we'll need a little bit of luck.
Yeah, thanks to all our speakers. This has been really fascinating. And I think the best part of it is that we have people from all over the world that are putting our heads together. And I think we're coming up with solutions that we can apply in a lot of different places. So as Stephen says, there is some hope. And for those of you who have hope of getting tea, you'd better run. Thank you all very much for sticking with us. And thanks so much to all our speakers. Donald's got an announcement.
I hope we're still good. We're gonna go out for tea now, but I just want to make an announcement. We have misplaced or lost a wallet. If you have seen it, please, we would like to have it. You can give it to Madeline in the reception, please. So yeah, let's come back in about 10 minutes so that we can have more time after the other sessions. We're gonna have parallel session. Thank you very much.
Okay, hi everyone. Yeah, we're a little bit, about 10 minutes behind schedule, so I think let's get our next session started. So this session will be looking at the ecophysiology and functional traits in Mediterranean type ecosystems. And our first speaker for today is Samson Chimpango. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks and good afternoon everyone. I must say I was impressed with the previous session because they mentioned two important words that I really needed to connect to my talk, and these are grazing and ecosystem services. So I will connect to those just now. The Cape Floristic region, the biodiversity hotspot, that information has been covered almost too much now in this conference, so I don't have to say much about it. And really, but the important thing I want to say is, as one of the ecosystem services that we get from this region is grazing. And grazing, is one of the important factors, especially in this part where game and livestock production plays a major role in the agricultural aspect, of the region. And we are arguing that, this FYNBOS biome is a reservoir actually for germplasm for forage production or forage domestication, especially for areas that have got very low soil fertility and also in the experiencing drought. In this ecosystem, we have got, legumes, Fabaceae, which are the second largest, family in terms of species number to Asteraceae, over 760 species. And in this slide, I've just given a sample representatives of some of the major groups in the region, the Astragalus, Astragali, Cortereri, Indigoferi, etc. So really, during this time of the season going out, we see beautiful, flowers, of legumes in this region. And a unique feature of legumes, which is perhaps common to almost all biologists, is this ability, to access biological nitrogen from the atmosphere biologically in association with rhizobia that are housed, in these structures, the nodules. And because of that access to nitrogen, legumes tend actually to have high quality, forage, for animal feeding. Because of that, nitrogen gives them a higher content of crude protein in their tissue. So they are very good sources of protein for game or livestock production. Amongst those over 760 species of legumes, in the region, only about 17 species are known to be grazed, and only about 7 to be cultivated. So we feel like there's still a lot to explore to find out more about their grazing and perhaps being potential for livestock production. Recently, in 2019, Edwards and the group in Western Australia actually have managed to domesticate a FYNBOS species, Lebeckia ambigua, as a perennial, forage crop in Western Australia. And I argue that there are many more species that can be developed and be used as pasture crop legumes if well studied. Rhinostopheld is part of course, the FYNBOS biome, and relative to the sandstone areas of the biome, these areas, the soils are relatively richer than the sandstone-derived soils. The Rhinostopheld are shale-derived, and as a result, most of the areas, they actually plowed for cereal and livestock production. So very little remains in this Rhinostopheld vegetation. Part of the cultivation system for the cereal production is actually they incorporate an introduced Medicago species as a forage crop in their rotation system. While the animals enjoy the Medicago sativum, they actually also go, they actually go, sorry, I've missed. They go to graze the, I need to go back, to graze the rhinoceros vegetation as well. So as they go to enjoy the Medicago sativum, the remaining patch of the rhinoceros vegetation is also grazed on. And we are actually arguing that in these remaining patches, they are actually reservoirs, sources of germplasm that we can identify for pasture production. So the objective of the study was actually to characterize and identify superior native palatable species of, in the overbag rhinoceros. In doing that, we think we can identify species that could be actually threatened, by overgrazing, species that could be incorporated into the farmers' fodder flow program, as well as coming up species that may be developed into forage crops. Of course, we are hypothesizing that the Fabaceae species, because of their access to the atmospheric nitrogen, will likely to be the superior species relative to the commonly grazed species of Poaceae, Asteraceae, and also Asparagaceae. The study was conducted in the Overberg region. The rhinoceros in this area, and in this area where most of the region of the winter rainfall region, we get more rain during the winter time. This area actually lies in a space where rain is almost evenly distributed throughout the year. And we got results that supported that observation in the 2-season study that we did, that the rain almost came throughout the year. And we identified farms in the 3 types of the Cheryl rhinoceros in the region, the western, central, and eastern Cheryl rhinoceros. And in each of those types, we identified 3 farms and identify species in the families of Fabaceae, Asteraceae, and Poaceae, Asparagaceae that we known by following the livestock to identify which families are commonly grazed on, and also by interacting with the farmers. And of course, in those samples, then we analyzed for crude protein, digestibility, fiber, and mineral content. For the results, we did, the scatter plot, and actually just to see how the species will group. And as we can see, the species grouped, phylogenetically into the families. So both at family and species level, we can see where the legumes, the Poaceae and the Fabaceae, are grouped under. However, the nested ANOVA presented the interaction between the species and the families. And in this case, we are showing the crude protein in the percentage. And notice that down here we are showing the sheep required. So the required percentage of crude protein for sheep farming is indicated in this line. While on top here we have got our introduced Medicago sativum as a control, and the native species in the Fabaceae and the other families indicated there. The point I want to indicate there is that, of course, the introduced species, the Medix, has got really a high level of crude protein, and the other legume species is relatively lower than the Medix. But if you compare the levels with the minimum required by the sheep in the fodder content, seems to be really reasonable that there could be good sources of protein. So the legumes and some species of poaceae have relatively good levels of crude protein. But they, of course, some species of the poaceae and asteraceae, they are very low in crude protein. We also looked at the digestibility, and of course, down here, the required digestibility for the species has to be greater than 60. So here, most of the species fell short, but especially the poaceae and the asteraceae species, they were quite low in terms of digestibility. The legumes, they were lower, but really not that bad, could be medium levels. Condensed tannins is not a problem, so species in this area have got low levels of condensed tannin for sheep farming. Looking at micronutrients, an interesting component come out of this table. So again, the lower levels, the expected levels required for sheep. And if you look at the medics giving good levels, and all the species apparently provided adequate levels of potassium, calcium, magnesium, and sodium, no problem there. But when it came to P, all the species, including the medics, actually provided lower levels of phosphorus for sheep farming. Micronutrients was another mixed bag. So I would draw your attention to copper and zinc. So these were actually lower than the expected levels. Most of the species, relative to the expected levels, they provide, or the tissue content in this plant is lower than expected. But if you look for iron, actually for all the species, the iron is way too much than the expected level of 30 to 50. However, iron content in plant tissue seems to be high relative to other areas, where also livestock production is done, rangeland feeding. In the literature, the grasslands of the Eastern Cape and some parts of Mexico, the grasslands or the forage content, the iron levels is as high as 500 milligrams per kg. But greater than that, then the species becomes suitable for sheep farming. And in this case, the Asparagus capensis here, that recorded more than 500, these might be poisonous for sheep farming. So in conclusion, 4 points were noted. So actually, the Fabaceae recorded the greatest concentration of crude protein relative to other native species, but the Poaceae was the most fibrous relative to the Fabaceae and the Asteraceae. So all species contained adequate levels of nutrients, except phosphorus and zinc, and sometimes copper. Based on crude protein, the neutral detergent fiber and the digestibility, the legume species are actually regarded as superior, better species than the other natives. But livestock that will be relying on this rhinoceros vegetation, as a main source of forage, is recommended to receive supplement of phosphorus and zinc, because these are low in all the species. And we thank our funders, the NRF and the UCT. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samson. I'm going to allow one quick question, if we have one.
Hi, Samson. Thank you. I wanted to ask, what is the relative, or how consistent are the caloric content of these plants? Like, I guess, are some of them much higher in energy than others, or is it fairly consistent? Because I could see that changing how much of any given plant you had to eat in order to reach your calorie count as one of these sheep.
Yeah, I think from the results you can see they vary, from based on the species, so the species variations. And no wonder you find that livestock, the recommendation is you have this mixed feeding is recommended for livestock because of the variation of energy and even other nutrients in the supply of them.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks, Samson. Our next speaker, Dunya McAllister.
Hello. Hi, everyone. So I'm going to be giving you some highlights from my PhD work, which I finished over 2 years ago. The main idea was to look at how climate change is affecting a very important legume in the area, which is rooibos. So my work takes place in the Western Cape. As you all know, at this point, it's a Mediterranean climate region characterized by hot, dry summers and cool, wet winters. Nestled within this region, we have my area of interest, which is the Cedarburg. This place provides a unique environment for many crop plants in the area. So that includes a lot of citrus species, mango, avocado, grapes, and my plant of interest, rooibos. So this map there shows the distribution of rooibos farming kind of from when it started to where it is now, but I'll show you a bit later how it's spread. Due to the unique climate of this area, soil characteristics, as well as association with other biotic factors, the cultivation of rooibos is actually very restricted. So the growth of rooibos in other parts of the world has actually been met with failure, and it only grows in the Cedarburg. So onto the problem. The problem is that climate change is becoming more and more of an issue over the last few decades, as we know. Where global climate models have actually shown that Mediterranean regions in particular will be very affected by climate change. So they will get hotter during summer as well as drier. They will get dry during winter, so there will be less rainfall events. They will also have increased dry spells during these times, as well as increased heat waves during these times. This graph here I really like. It's very simple, but also a little bit scary. So this figure shows the annual average temperatures of South Africa from 1901 to 2018. So as you can see, it's a fairly scary trend over the last few years that we've been getting higher temperatures on average, and they're actually becoming more and more intense. So the redder it is, the higher the temperatures were. So quite scary. A little bit about the plant, Aspalathus linearis, or rooibos, red bush, hopefully everyone's favorite tea here. It's one of the most important commercially cultivated crops in South Africa. It contributes to the welfare and heritage of local communities, especially the smallholder farmers in the area. And it has an increased demand all around the world. So this is actually putting a lot of pressure on farmers to produce more rooibos to keep up with the demand. About the plant itself, it's a legume. It has a lot of interesting features, such as the ability to produce very deep tap roots. So they have been documented to go as deep as 5 meters down in the soil. I don't know who did that, because it's very difficult to excavate these plants. They have nodules that fix nitrogen. They produce cluster roots to get phosphorus, and they have mycorrhizal associations that help with everything else in the soils. All in all, it's a mild-tasting herbal tea. You can try it. There is some packets outside for those who haven't tried. It has no caffeine, it has very little tannins, and a lot of antioxidants, therefore making it a very healthy drink for anyone to enjoy. So onto the problem. This started off because farmers were saying that with increasing temperatures that they've been experiencing in the Cedarburg, the plants haven't been surviving as long as they used to. So previously, where they used to grow for 7 years in the field, now it's going up to maybe 4 or 5 if they're lucky. So the issue is that there's a lot of information on rooibos and its health benefits, particularly to people as well as other animals, but there's not much work that's actually assessed the effects of heat and drought on these plants, which seems very important considering what's happening. There's no literature on the drought effects on the root structure and morphology of these plants, especially when they are grown under different moisture regimes. And distribution models have actually shown that with the current climate change occurring, the geographic range of rooibos is very likely to decrease in the future. Yet even despite this, no work has looked at what the heat effects are on these plants themselves. So that's where I came in. I had 2 overall objectives. One was to determine the effects of heat stress on these plants and identify whether they have any thermotolerant traits that help them to survive this. And the other one was to determine any stress-tolerant traits they may have for drought. Because they grow in this dry environment, everyone assumes that they must be very adapted. We'll see. So how I went about doing this, I had a field experiment in the Cederberg, so sites were chosen along a temperature and rainfall gradient. Just briefly, when seeds are grown in the field, they are grown from seed in nurseries in the Clanwilliam region. So they are grown in these nurseries from about February until the first winter rains hit in June, July, August. In these nurseries, they get irrigation and fertilizer, but when they are transplanted in the fields, they are then left to fend for themselves. So they do not get any fertilizer, they do not get irrigation, they survive on whatever they can out in the field. So they're pretty hardy. I also did a glasshouse experiment where I collected a lot of soil from the Cederberg and did a potted soil experiment at UCT. So I grew plants at 2 different moisture levels. Some were grown well-watered, which is about 70% field capacity, and the other half was grown at low moisture levels, which is 30% field capacity. So they were grown at these levels from seed, and then I exposed them to drought at about 6 months when they were big enough to handle this stuff. So this is the field map that I have of the sites. The ones further north, so the orange and red, were considered the exceptionally heat-stressed sites, so they were a lot hotter and drier. The ones a little bit south, so the blue and the green dots, were my cooler sites. However, when I say that, they all still go above 30 degrees in the field. So on average, temperatures are really hot there. However, as you can see on that average temperature graph, Clanwilliam and Eitzig on average were about 5 degrees hotter. They also had more than double the amount of days they go above 35 degrees or even 40 degrees in the field compared to the other 2 sites. So when I say hotter and cooler, they were all pretty hot, just the ones further north were exceptionally hotter. So what we did is when the plants were planted in the fields during the winter raining months, we established our plots, and then for 2-3 years, I went up every summer and winter and collected a whole bunch of data on them. That included photosynthetic data, ergo stuff, carbohydrates, phenolics, proteins, soil data, weather data, everything, you name it, I did it. So what did we actually find? We found that rooibos is definitely struggling in the hotter sites in particular. The plants there had significantly low, I can't remember what exact numbers, but they had significantly lower biomass compared to the plants further south. They were also very clearly stressed with regards to their photosynthesis and carbohydrates and everything else, but the plants are still managing to grow and produce viable biomass for the farmers. So how is it actually tolerating the summer heat? Well, through the use of the infrared gas analyzer pictured there, we found that rooibos is actually transpirationally cooling themselves, so they were actively cooling themselves during these summer months, regardless of how dry it is during summer. They have very high phenolic content, and they were able to lower their chlorophyll concentrations during this time. So all of these we considered as thermotolerant traits that these plants have to actually mitigate the effects of high light absorption as well as the heat stress. During the glasshouse study, which was the drought study, at 6 months, I decided to move the plants into the phytotron just to give them a stable conditions during the drought period. So they had a 14-hour photo period in this chamber. They experienced about 800 micromoles per minute per second light intensities, and the temperatures range from about 22.8, which is night temperatures, to about 33.7 on average during the day. That's just to give them of what they would on average experience in the fields. So once they were placed in here, they were exposed to drought until wilting point, which is about 7-8 days. We also monitored this through the use of relative water content in the leaves. So when it dropped to like below 30, that's when we know it was time. And the soil moisture, which also when it dropped to 0, we knew the plants were pretty dry. So what we found actually was that plants that were grown at lower moisture levels had 50% less biomass than plants grown at adequate levels. Everyone just assumes because rooibos grows in such a dry environment that it loves low moisture, but in fact, it actually, you give it more water, it grows better. Plants that were exposed to drought started producing almost double the amount of roots that we found in control plants, regardless of whether they were grown at higher or lower moisture from the start. So as soon as that drought hit, they started producing more roots, obviously to start finding where water was in the soil. They also seem to actively avoid drought by producing these long, deep roots and closing their stomata just to conserve moisture in their organs. That picture on the right there is a close-up image of stomata that my honors student took while he was also looking at rooibos. So just to compare what was happening during these stresses. During heat stress, the stomata were open, allowing for transpirational cooling. This was clearly facilitated by the fact that they were in a field and have very deep roots that are able to access deep water reserves in the soils. During drought stress, they had stomata that were closed, obviously to conserve plant moisture. Under heat stress, they had higher chlorophyll A to B ratios, so plants were able to actively change the ratios of chlorophyll A to B in their organs. That way, they are actually producing less light-harvesting proteins in the organs, so they're actually mitigating the effects of absorbing high amounts of light that you would particularly see in the field. Whereas under drought stress, they had no changes in pigments throughout the entire drought stress area. We took readings almost every second day, which shows that the plants actually have a very stable leaf photochemistry during drought, and they're able to actually still have a very good electron transport chain during this time and still actively keep working. During both stresses, they had very high phenolics in their tissues, which on average, plants that have higher phenolics have better reactions to oxidative stresses. So this infers that they are able to withstand both of these stresses simultaneously a lot better, which is important because in the field, these stresses generally occur simultaneously, and with climate change, that's going to be exacerbated. So a little bit about the soil moisture in the Cederberg. What we found was that the Cederberg had actually very high levels of evapotranspiration, particularly during summer months. This encompassed all the plants in the ecosystem, not only rooibos. So this is actually showing that the plants in the area are able to tap into deep water sources deep in the soils, which is allowing for this high evapotranspiration and allowing them to still maintain growth and development during this time, which is the active time for most of these plants growing in the area. And I know I said at the start that rooibos doesn't actually grow anywhere else. However, during the course of my PhD, we found that there were attempts to grow rooibos in another part of the Western Cape, particularly Bredasdorp in Elim. So just to give you an idea of where that is, the purple dot at the bottom there is where this rooibos stand was. It's about 250 km southeast of the Cederberg. This project's been going on for at least a decade more now. They started off with many farmers. However, now there's only one farmer who's still producing enough biomass to keep him going, and he's very happy. The area itself has rainfall that is double that of what's seen in the Cederberg, and the temperature is about 10 degrees cooler on average than what's seen in the Cederberg. Yet they are still producing bountiful yields of rooibos. The guy's very happy. It's on par with what the stuff tastes like from Clanwilliam, which is fantastic. But because of the unfavorable environmental conditions here, the plants actually can't be dried and processed or fermented, so everything they harvest gets transported back to Clanwilliam for these processes. It's quite shocking. So ultimately, what does this all mean for rooibos? What we found was that a declining soil quality because of the farming practices in the Cederberg, along with the increased temperatures, are having negative effects on the biomass and the production of rooibos. What's been happening is that there has been a current expansion of rooibos farming further south, where plants are producing more biomass, but they are still maintaining the high levels of phenolics, which is what the farmers want. So this figure here shows the distribution and movement of rooibos farming from 2016, which is the red. That's the initial map you saw at the start. And then 2017, which is the yellow, so you can see it's shifted further south. And then 2018, which is a combination of both of those and a bit more coming down. So ultimately, a shift in farming would be beneficial for farmers because they're getting more biomass, yet still retaining the same health benefits of the tea, which is what they really want. However, future studies should also look at the thresholds of these plants. So we don't actually know at what point these plants actually will shut down and not be able to work anymore, or what their recovery rate will be like after the stress. Another good point would be to look at the wild versus cultivated varieties. There are many wild varieties that are better adapted to the environmental stresses. However, because they don't taste as good, farmers aren't very interested in in giving them any thought. Thank you for listening to my talk, and I hope you all enjoyed it.
Thank you, Dunya. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to skip
so many
questions. Yeah. Can we stick those on the app, and then we'll. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay. Our next speaker is Adam West.
Okay, Dunya, so if you can answer my question now, that would be great. Okay. All right, I think we can say good evening. I think it's after 5, it's appropriate. This is the first of 2 talks. I'm giving the first one in collaboration with Rob, and then Rob will be giving the second one in collaboration with me, and we swapped the order because I'm talking small scale, patch scale, dynamics, and then Rob will expand that scale a little bit more, so we thought it made more sense to go that way around. Yeah, the talk that I want to give today doesn't need explanation. We've had enough over many sequence of days of why we're concerned about drought in this region. And I've titled it Revealing the Intricacies of Mountain Fynbos Responses to Drought, but I probably should have titled it Reveling in the Intricacies of Mountain Fynbos Responses to Drought. It's unapologetically detail-focused on little nice responses that we've seen. It's been a passion project of trying to do this, and it's really nice to share it. Okay. So there's been a lot of work done on since the 1980s of trying to understand drought-related responses in the CFR. And these have involved a whole variety of techniques, going back to Miller cubed, as it's known a long time ago, and manipulations and once-off surveys. But typically these have been once-off measurements, campaigns, monthly, etc. They've been very revealing, and if I grossly simplify it, most of them have tried to follow a sort of very simple functional type classification to deal with the diversity of proteoid, ericoid, and restoid functional approaches. And here's a little very simplistic cartoon to sort of try and synthesize the fact that we've got these large overstory proteoid shrubs that might be deep-rooted, shallow-rooted shrubs, huge amount of diversity in that group that might be more sensitive to shallow moisture droughts. And then the very interesting, important, and confusing often Restianaceae, these reed-like species that are often quite shallow-rooted as well. So we've learned a lot from this, and we've tried to understand how these things might respond. But what we haven't really been able to do is deal with the fact that our weather systems are actually very dynamic, like in many places. And I'll just show this by example of this data here from Silver Mine, where you can see over the course of a summer, we're seeing day-to-day spikes that would be not out of place in like a hot Utah desert, 6 kilopascals VPD, 40 degrees centigrade, and days before that, sub 20 degree temperatures, So very variable, dynamic, spiky responses over the course of summers in this region. And we really realized that we lack continuous measurements of actually seeing how plants respond to this dynamism. If you pop in once a month or you pop in once every season, you potentially get the wrong time or you miss how plants might be actively responding. And this was some of the motivation for the work that I'm going to show you. So we're working at Johannesburg, not far from here, exploring the responses of these sort of 3 species in particular here, Erica monsoniana, Proteorepens, and Cannamos congesta, the restio, to seasonal drought over multiple years. And our goals really were this detailed exploration to try and get this unprecedented look at what might be going on, compare this to existing snapshot data, and ultimately this is all sort of biophysical stuff that would be nice to link into models that allow us to predict the future. So how do we do this? Well, we developed a technique to try and deal with getting continuous measurements out of these very different functional types. You're measuring proteas that you could traditionally stick needles into, but the restios are so small that if you put a heat collar around them, their culms will just die. So we had to invent a new method to make these measurements, and this was published a few years ago, which is basically a comparative sap flow method that you can put on woody shrubs as well as these little reeds. And when you do that, you get this beautiful sort of diagonal curves of the plant effectively breathing, or I guess sweating really, right? It's transpiration, that you can see how they respond to environmental conditions, which is really gratifying to see. Couple that with monthly measurements of gas exchange and water potential, and new developments in techniques to get estimates of vulnerability to drought through this optical method that Rob will talk about a bit more. So I want to show you data from, we collected data for 2 seasons. And as is often the case, and you hope it's the case when you do this, we got a wet and a dry year. So we have a reasonably dry year here. So we've got VPD on the top, not that different. But the summer moisture is considerably different. Here's soil moisture in the one year, and here's soil moisture in the other summer. So relatively dry and actually very wet. And here's the sap flow data that we have for these 3 different species over that time period here. And when you look at this through a bunch of approaches, you can see that the Proteas and Ericas are tightly coupled to soil moisture, but Cannamos isn't. The rest here isn't. It's much more coupled to VPD, which is quite interesting. So what we can do then is we can turn that sap flow into effectively an estimate of continuous stomatal conductance for these plants by effectively normalizing it by VPD. And that gives us a bit more of a biological response. That's what I'm showing you here. So over the course of these 2 seasons, we've got sap flow. You see, there we go. Totally predictable. No problem. Okay, what we've got is we've got sap flow derived stomatal conductance here in these yellow dots. The first thing I want you to see is that there's this seasonal decline in conductance for all of the species. And this is much greater in the dry year than the wet year, right? Which shouldn't be surprising, but it's always nice to see it manifested in reality when you're developing these techniques. It's particularly a severe decline in Erica in the dry year. Okay, I'm going to look carefully here, where you see 5%. You sort of, by the end of the season, you've hit 5% of the conductance by the end of that dry year. Okay. In Protea, we see also, surprisingly in some respects, a strong decline in the amount of water and the conductance that this plant has by the end of the season, hitting about 30% by the end of the season. And it hit that 30% 84 days after Erica hit that 84%, showing that it's got a much larger window of actually having positive gas exchange over that time period. And I say surprising because, you could potentially assume that these plants would be transpiring through the summer, right? And Dunya, that was my question for you with the rooibos. Okay, and then we get Canamoas, which is really quite extraordinary, right? What we see with Canamoas is actually the maintenance of quite high levels of stomatal conductance through this dry summer, ending also around about 30% of its maximum, 100 days after Erica hit that. Okay, so this needs explanation. So let me also just say that these red dots on top of the yellow dots here are snapshot campaigns when we went out with gas exchange instruments and made direct measurements. And they're not bad, right? They overlap quite well. There are times where they don't match fully. You can see that we underestimate things in the heat near the end of the summer, where actually, this is probably a midday depression sort of phenomena. The plants are actually moving water that you don't see otherwise. And you also miss certain very specific sporadic events. And I want to focus in on one of those, which is a nice summer rainfall event in the dry year here, where we see that after a rainfall event in the middle of the dry summer, you see this 4-fold increase in transpiration from the Erica. And that little rainfall event effectively buys that plant 2 weeks of transpiration, which could be really crucial if you're seeing an extended drought period over the season. Look at the Protea. Didn't care, completely unresponsive in the red. It's basically just tracking this deeper soil moisture and certainly not investing in keeping active roots in those shallow soil layers during the late summer. And this is very consistent with the work that Justin van Blerk's seen in his seasonality experiments, where the FYNBOS are often quite unresponsive to flipping of seasonality and summer moisture in the system. And then again, very surprisingly, Canamoas is very unresponsive to this particular rainfall event here, just not being influenced by it at all. Now, as I said, this needs explanation. How is it that a very shallow-rooted plant like this wouldn't respond to summer precipitation? And the working hypothesis here is that this has been hydrated by regular dew inputs into the system. So restios are well known for trapping cloud moisture. I mean, this goes back to 1903 was the first documentation of this by Marloth on Table Mountain. They have a morphology that will channel moisture down into the roots, and they often have adventitious roots that are sort of right in the surface layers here. And, okay, brace yourselves. We saw moisture inputs in the site over 2 years that on average it was rare to go more than 5 days without some form of moisture input in that site. So this is a site that gets, about 500 mils of rainfall, but you barely go 5 days without having some input of moisture, be it dew or rain at that site. And so in purple here is the dew inputs and black is the rain, and this is the frequency distribution showing that if you add them all up, very few days do you have that you go longer than 5 days without a moisture input. And when you do, some periods here, then you see the water potential starting to dip in Canamoas, which really provides some evidence that this is what's subsidizing this plant's ability to survive the dry summers. And so that subsidy of moisture results in a sort of very flat water potential over the course of these seasons for Canamoes in grey here. And you can see some dips, but this is pretty extraordinary for a very shallow-rooted plant that doesn't have nice deep taproots. And it's very similar to the Protea, which is a deep-rooted plant. You also see this very consistent flat water potential indicating not a lot of water stress over that period of time. And it should leap out at you that Erica is doing something radically different, right? Here you see the dry year, this incredible decline in water potential, and far less so in the wet year, indicating that it's highly sensitive to this year-to-year variability in summer moisture. And I think Lindsay, if she's here, that wouldn't surprise her based on what she's seen in her paleo cores, with ericaceous FYNBOS sort of dropping out when it stops being very wet over the summers. Despite these radical differences in water regulation strategies, we saw relatively similar ability to recover in the 2 years that we studied this in. So we see here about the ability to recover about 50% of your gas exchange by the end of the season, and in the wet year, almost full recovery. But they're the same between the different functional types. And again, maybe that's not a surprise, right? They're adapted to live in that system. They're thriving in that system. They're doing it through being plugged into slightly different moisture sources and different regulation strategies. But if they're in their envelope of acceptable conditions, they manage to do reasonably similarly. Of course, the question is, what happens if they exceed that envelope of regular conditions? And the years that we looked at were relatively mesoc years, and if you then extend this to imagining what would happen to this plant if you had a much more severe drought, I think you could imagine that might then start to change the picture. And we did some of this work in drought experiments, and if we connect now what we know with this information to advances in being able to look at vulnerability curves in these plants, which is what I've got plotted here, we'll see that for our Erica, we can see that it's got very resistant xylem. So this would be our vulnerability curve here, derived from an optical technique. You see minus 5.7 megapascals is when they lose half their conductivity. So they're very resistant to water stress. And they have variable safety margins. So here you've got the water potential in the wet season and the water potential in the dry season. Okay, and you can see that the wet season, there's a much bigger difference between what water potential it had and when it's going to have catastrophic failure. And in the dry season, that margin shrinks. And you could imagine in an even drier year, that margin would shrink further to potentially result in catastrophic failure. So, theoretically, these could be particularly sensitive to severe drought years. And this is our stomatal conductance data on top, just showing that they're not showing a lot of stomatal control, that water potential is falling. This is sort of classic anisohydric behavior. In contrast, the Canamoes, or the rest here, has very vulnerable xylem. It'll blow up at minus 2 megapascals pretty much. And it's got very little evidence of stomatal control. I mean, look at this. It's got high stomatal conductance right on the edge of catastrophic failure, which seems crazy. And our explanation for this must be that it's dependent on these regular moisture inputs. And without those regular moisture inputs, if we saw an increase in VPD or a reduction in the amount of inputs, we might see some impacts there. And then lastly, the Protea, which has these beautiful, big, wide safety margins. It's got incredibly tight stomatal control. It's got very consistent, very high water potentials, even in the dry year, and a massive gap up to its 50% loss of conductivity, showing a nice, big, broad safety margin, well buffered from drought. And I think these strategies make sense in terms of their reproductive life histories as well. Why would you have such a big safety margin? Well, these are weakly serotinous plants, and I think desiccating and losing your water status could potentially risk you losing seeds into that environment early. That wouldn't be particularly beneficial. Whereas Erica is relying on a soil seed bank, and if it loses its seeds, that's potentially not such a problem. Interestingly, Canamoes, it takes 2 years to produce a seed, so you wouldn't want to lose that culm early on. And that might be a reason why. I think it needs more explanation. Actually, it's a very interesting and complicated plant. And then my last little point that just warms my heart, so I thought I'd share it, is if you look at the grey data back here, that grey data in all of those panels, those are different species from a drought experiment I did at Silver Mine several years before that. Different species within the same sort of functional groups, and they have very similar patterns, which is really, really quite gratifying when you do this sort of work. Always questioning whether it's real or not, and it's nice to see consistency across the experiments like that. All right, so to conclude, continuous sap flow measurements give unprecedented insight into the sensitivity of drought in the FYNBOS. It's broadly consistent with what we've known from these snapshot measurements, which I think lends a level of support to this functional approach for broad levels of classification. I think Rob will develop that further. Just really gratifying to see experimental work matching with sort of monitoring work in different sites in the same mountain fynbos vegetation. And obviously aspirational is to take this work and sort of incorporate it into biophysical modeling so we can actually take this into novel conditions in a modeling space. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. We can take one quick question for Adam. Jasper Slingsby.
Well, firstly, I'm wondering why we're not seeing pictures of dead plants from 2017. But anyway, but other than that, just thinking about the restios. So there's like a difference there in that. So their leaf longevities between these species are probably similar. But when you're a restio, your culm is your leaf and your stem, right? And so the stem longevities between these things are completely different because the Erica and the Protea only have one option, but the restio, I don't know what it is in Canamoes, was probably something like 3 years or something like that before they drop their culm. So is that not part of what's going on here? Is that actually they're not too fussed about losing their culms because they're going to grow new ones from the rhizome. So the challenge for you is now going to be designing a sensor that you can plug onto that rhizome to see what's going there. I don't know.
I mean, that's right. And so I think it's going to be very interesting looking at the nut-fruited ones that need their leaves, culms, to survive more than one season versus the ones that don't. Because I agree with you. If you're effectively an annual plant, you're resprouting, well, so what, right? Run a risky life. But if you're a Canamoes and you've invested this material in your seed in year one and you fail, you've lost that crop. And you can show, if you dry them down to minus 2.4, minus 2.5 in the lab, they lose all their seeds early. So there is a cost for them in trying to make it through that season there. And I think it will very much differ on what the reproductive strategy is for those plants as well. And then I refuse to believe that all restios do this. I mean, like, this is mountain fynbos that's got regular inputs, and what's happening outside of that environment, I think we don't really know, and it'll be really interesting to follow that up.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Adam. Our next speaker is Rob Skelton.
Thanks, Adrian. So we're going to continue to take a deep dive into the impacts of drought on the physiology of fynbos. And Jasper, I actually hope to address your question in this talk. So I'll get stuck in and hopefully I don't mess up the pointer. Okay, so here's a dead plant from presumably the 2017 drought, this lovely, beautiful Myometes. And so we've heard a lot about global change drivers in these systems. I don't have too much to add except 2 points. The one is to say that drought impacts are differential across a community. So here we see subtropical thicket, where clearly the drought impact has been more severe on the papias in comparison to something like the speckboom. The second thing is when we assess drought impacts on vegetation, often we're doing so post hoc. So one of the things that my research aims to address is something that Adam mentioned. We're hoping to use physiological mechanism to be able to predict a priori or before the drought affects the vegetation. So we're hoping to do that through better understanding the physiological mechanisms. Recent advances have been made, and I'm hoping this GIF plays. So here we have, you can see these lightning events are embolism within a stem. So what we're actually looking at is exposed xylem of a stem as it's drying down. And so one of the reasons we're looking at stems and stem hydraulics is that there's a fundamental relationship between sustained water transport and growth and productivities in these systems. So I worked with a few people in Australia trying to develop tools to better enable us to quantify these types of processes. So this is an insight into that optical vulnerability curve technique that Adam introduced. So what we do is we take leaves or stems, we take repeat images of the xylem as the plant dries down. You can look at the image difference between two subsequent images. to gain an insight into when the xylem moves from transporting water to transporting air, and then you can, from the pixel information, you can develop these xylem vulnerability curves. And I'm glad that Adam introduced the concept of hydraulic safety margins. One of the metrics of potential impact is the hydraulic safety margin, the water potential difference between the water potential that the plant is at and when it might theoretically start to lose function, as shown by these xylem vulnerability curves. And we've applied this type of thinking to Australian woodlands, the evergreen woodlands on the east coast of Australia. Again, I'm glad that I went after Adam, that I'm going after Adam, because he introduced sap flow. So what we did was monitor sap flow through these drought periods, and you see these classic responses where the plants close their stomata. They're trying to preserve the hydraulic function of these tissues. This vertical line here shows a rehydrating rainfall event, and we can track the recovery of gas exchange following these events. And again, what we see is the sustained link between growth and productivity and function and sustained water transport. So when I moved back to South Africa, I wanted to apply these kind of techniques and these concepts. And what I aimed to do was to take a look at a community and to assess which species in these communities are more vulnerable to drought impacts, to losing function during droughts. And one of the metrics that we can use is these hydraulic safety margins. Again, the water potential difference between the minimum water potential that the plants are experiencing in the field at any one moment and thresholds of damage to the xylem caused by embolism. So effectively, we're asking the question: how close are these communities? How close are these functional types? How close are these species to the edge of hydraulic failure? The first component to quantifying a hydraulic safety margin is to try to quantify the minimum xylem water potential. In some respects, we're quite lucky in the Southwest Cape, where despite the regular rainfall events, there is this period of drying through the summer. So we can quantify a minimum xylem water potential reasonably well, and it seems to apply across years, as we'll see in a moment. So the study design for measuring water potential, we looked at two communities, one in the wetter southwest corner in Jonkershoek. So this is the Jonkershoek site. So the mean annual rainfall is about 1,000 mils. And we also looked at so along this aridity gradient, we looked at the Cedarburg community in Algeria, and we sampled in 2020, so during the COVID times, I guess. And what we were able to do was one of the things we were able to do was to compare it to a sampling campaign that was done in the early 80s by the Millers. And again, Adam alluded to the studies that had been done in the early 80s. So we're able to compare the historical minimum water potential with the current minimum water potential. Sorry, one more thing to add here is that oh boy. The year in which we sampled it at Jonkershoek was a relatively normal year. When we sampled in Algeria, it was a relatively dry year at that study site. So this is, again, just to say that we sampled the water potential, we sampled xylem vulnerability curves, which I'll get to in a moment. But just in terms of the water potential results, what we see within this relatively mesic community in the Swartboskloof or in the Jonkershoek site, we see a 2 to 3-fold variation in water potential between species. So this is not particularly large. And we're able to look at how these different functional types shown in the different colors here respond. We can then go to the slightly drier site at Algeria, and again the range of minimum water potentials increases. So here we have about a 4-fold difference, and we can compare the current sampling minimum water potential to the historical minimum water potential, and at the wetter site, the minimum water potential values are relatively consistent between years, which gives us some confidence in our measures. At the drier site, the story is relatively similar, except in some of these species which are experiencing slightly lower water potentials, there is some effect of year. And again, this was a relatively dry year at this study site. So we quantified a lot of xylem vulnerability curves. This is a difficult technique, and so the number of species that we can quantify is, well, I would consider this a huge data set. This for me is a big data set. So people who are working with big data, this is a physiological big data set. And what we can do, we can assess the range of P50, which is the water potential associated with 50% loss of hydraulic conductance from those curves. And to put this kind of range of P50 values into some kind of perspective, and again, this is two plant communities separated spatially by a few hundreds of kilometers. We can compare it to the variation that we see within the Western North American oaks, occurring in the very mesic Pacific, the temperate rainforests of the Pacific Northwest, right down into the deserts near San Diego in the south of California. So the range is within this is two communities, but within Mountain Fynbos, the range is relatively great. The other thing we can do is we can look at these functional types. So here again we have the restioid or the graminoid components, the tall shrubs, which are the protioids mostly, and the mid shrubs, so the ericoid shrubs. And what we see here is that the restioids tend to have xylem that is more vulnerable to embolism, and the range of P50 values within the mid shrubs, within the ericoid shrubs, tends to be fairly large. The range of the protioids or the tall shrubs tends to be fairly small and very consistent between these two sites. So when we put those two metrics together, the minimum water potential of these individuals and their P50, this is what we're quantifying when we talk about hydraulic safety margin. At the relatively mesic site, and this is getting to the question that Jasper posed, which is why don't we see larger impacts at a community level in terms of the drought? So why don't we see individuals dying off when conditions get tough? Is that the hydraulic safety margins tend to be relatively large. When we go to the drier site, the hydraulic safety margins tend to decrease, but they're still, for the most part, positive when you look at species. Some of the smaller shrubs, the smaller ericoid shrubs like Diosma here, shown here, this was a photo taken at the time of sampling minimum water potential. So you can see that these individuals are relatively stressed. And our explanation is that they're incurring this hydraulic failure, so they've surpassed P50. And when we look at the functional types, surprisingly we see that they're relatively consistent. The restioids have a slightly smaller hydraulic safety margin in comparison to the two other functional types, but again, relatively consistent. And then when we go to the drier site, again, hydraulic safety margins are smaller with larger ranges in the ericoid, the mid-shrub functional types. When we zoom out and we take a community-weighted mean, essentially, we can see that perhaps unsurprisingly, the drier site has smaller safety margins in comparison to the more mesic site. But overall, these hydraulic safety margins are relatively great. And this is clear when you look at a global perspective. So this is data from Brandon Choate and a number of co-authors in a paper published in 2010. There's an updated version of this xylem functional traits database that's due to emerge relatively soon. But when you look at these hydraulic safety margins in the Mediterranean and woodland environments, what you see is that there's the safety margin drops to 0 in these communities globally. So one of the explanations one of the hypotheses that I would put forward is that in these low nutrient evergreen systems where the leaves need to be long lived, they need to have relatively large safety margins in order to persist through those relatively dry years. But that's a hypothesis that can be tested, and there are all sorts of other functional explanations that you can posit to explain that phenomenon. Okay, so here's a living Maimetes, just for comparison. But just to end off, I'd like to thank a number of people that have been involved in the research. This work is tough but enjoyable, and then obviously the funders that have brought me back to South Africa, which is a fantastic thing in my life. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Rob. We can take one quick question. I'm going to go with Sia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Rob. It's good to see you doing some hard work. As one thinks about vulnerability and starts to compare across taxa, I'm wondering how wood anatomy, calm anatomy might influence. I'm just thinking of you comparing the ericas with the proteas with the restios, where you're moving from woody, perhaps lots of the stem packed with dead xylem, and only a few functional versus restionaceae, which have got scattered functional bundle, and even stretching it to include other biomes, include the succulent biome, where it's a totally different anatomy. How comparable? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Mutama. That's a great question, and I think the one way to answer that is to say there's a lot still to be done. So trying to tie these patterns, trying to tie the variation that we see in xylem vulnerability to the wood anatomy is an ongoing trajectory of research. So yeah, you're 100% correct. You know, the trying to figure out how different connectivities within the xylem, different densities, different wall thicknesses, how that influences the capacity to withstand embolism is an exciting avenue, and yeah, that's what a career is made of.
Thanks. Thank you, Rob. Let's give him a round of applause. Okay, our last speaker for today, Susana Gomez-Gonzalez. Thank you very much.
Well, hello. My name is Susana Gomez-Gonzalez. I am from the Universidad de Cádiz, from Spain, and I belong to the FYNBOS group there in Spain, but also to the CR2 from Chile, a research group from Chile. This work has been led by Alejandro Miranda from Chile also, and is entitled Widespread Synchronous Decline of Mediterranean type forests driven by accelerated aridity. The picture is by Constanza Soto, and it's very sad to see that. It breaks my heart, really. So ecosystem collapse can be defined as an abrupt transition beyond the threshold of natural variability, altering ecosystem characteristics. In forest ecosystems, we have many examples of local scale forest decay directly caused by climate change. We have seen some examples in this conference. However, large scale forest decay are generally caused by other factors that are related to climate change, for example, fire and pests, etc. So, as an indirect effect. And there is an increasing concern about how climate change could cause a regional ecosystem collapse, but we don't understand yet this process very well. Mediterranean type ecosystems are especially important to monitor for ecosystem collapse because they are biodiversity hotspots and very vulnerable to aridification and host a lot of people. In 2020, we observed a massive browning across central Chile after a very severe drought. So this suggests that, or we thought that this could be an example of a large-scale climate change-driven ecosystem collapse. So the main goal was to determine how unique this event in the context of the Mediterranean type ecosystems. Also, we asked what can we learn about the role of climate change on large-scale ecosystem collapse and its potential impacts on plant communities. So we first describe the spatial and temporal scale of this event in central Chile, to then compare the climate context and the dynamics of forest productivity among Mediterranean forest ecosystems. And at local scale, we assessed the differences in changes of forest productivity between xeric and mesic communities. So after analyzing the NDVI series, we found a widespread, abrupt, and synchronous forest decline along central Chile. Around 80% of the forest was affected, was brown. This is the, this is the NDVI anomaly in brown, and 90% of the forest was affected in 500 kilometers of latitude, and this was very rapid because around 80% of this forest were brown in less than 3 months. So it was very impressive. When analyzing the forest productivity across Mediterranean type ecosystems, we used the NDVI anomaly of the last 21 years. And we found no significant negative trends of the NDVI in any Mediterranean type ecosystems. These are only forest ecosystems. But a strong decline of the NDVI in Chile since 2019, which is unprecedented in Mediterranean type ecosystems in the last 20 years. When analyzing the precipitation anomaly in the last century, we found that the last decade in Chile, which is the mean is in this yellow dot, was the driest decade of any Mediterranean ecosystem. And these very drought conditions, around 30% of deficit precipitation, was similar to that projected by the climate models for 2070, under heavy greenhouse gases emissions. After that decade of a drought, a sustained drought, Chile suffered a hyper drought in 2019 with 60% of deficit after a decade of this sustained drought, which is called the mega drought in the literature. When we combine precipitation and temperature anomalies in the last century, we found that the last decade was the warmest decade. The last decade is in black dots. The last decade was the warmest for all Mediterranean type ecosystems, being also the driest decade for central Chile, but also for South Africa. When we study the changes in productivity in different communities, we use the leaf area index in different years, before and after the browning event, in xeric and mesic communities in the field, in 78 plots. And we found that mesic communities were more affected. The reduction of the light was higher than in xeric communities. So mesic communities were more affected in terms of productivity, and we expect changes in community structure and composition in the Mediterranean region of Chile. So as a conclusion, or summarizing, we found an abrupt, synchronous and large-scale forest decline in Chile, and to our knowledge, this seems to be one of the most notable responses to climate change directly related to drought in terrestrial ecosystems in the last decades. Maybe we can learn something about the tipping points, because what happened here was a sustained drought for a decade, and then a severe hot drought. Was the driest decade of all Mediterranean type ecosystems, and it was expected for the future. So we think that maybe climate change impacts are accelerating, are coming soon than we thought. We expect strong changes in species composition, biodiversification in this ecosystem. And I hope not, but this could be this is a spyglass to the future for ecosystems facing chronic water deficit, for example, South Africa. And this information could help us to anticipate to abrupt collapses in Mediterranean type ecosystems. Future studies should also address how other factors like land use change could interact with climate to drive ecosystem collapse. For example, in Chile, land use change is a very important factor. Forest plantations are very intensive and widespread in the landscape. Here, plantations are in red. They are exotic plantations of pines and eucalypts. And also the intensive agriculture is very important for the water resources. Sorry. Even in areas with high precipitation, like the Bio region, there are communities without water since a long time ago. So this maybe is important also. And I would like to thank to the different institutions. This is a study from participating with people from different countries and institutions. And this is my project, the FORPES project, in which we are interested in assessing the impacts of forest plantations on ecosystem services. Thank you very much. Sorry. And please be nice with the questions, because my English is not so good, as you have seen.
Thank you, Susanna. We have a question there from Andrew.
Hi, Susanna. That was a very interesting presentation. Just a point of clarity, the brown, the NDVI anomalies, what did that mean for the health of the plants? Were they still alive or were they actually dead?
There are some of them that are resprouting, but some of them are dead. The worst, the mesic, the species from mesic habitats are the worst, in the worst conditions. And also the seed bank is also very sensitive to drought, and the regeneration in the Mediterranean Chile is very slow for woody species. So I think it would be, it is probably very dramatic, but we need more studies from now to see mortality, to assess if there is an ecosystem collapse really, or it will recover.
Hi, thank you very much. I was interested to know, your NDVI for Chile was so much lower than all the other places, and everywhere seems to have been experiencing a drought. So I was wondering if there was another factor that you maybe had missed or not considered, like California had the bark bug beetle, and if there was something like that also playing a role?
Well, as I show in the presentation, the drought has been very higher than in the other Mediterranean type ecosystems. In the other ecosystems, dry years alternate with wet years in the last decade. But in Chile, the whole year was below the mean. And then the hyper drought in 2019 was the drop that, yes, because it was 60% of deficit. So it's higher than in other, but South Africa is also getting similar conditions. And the other part of the question, I don't know if, okay, sorry.
We have one last question from William. There we go.
So Chile is the exception again amongst Mediterranean regions. With so yeah, what's going on? And then I'd love to have your opinion on that, but also, you know, around the world there is tremendous pressure to plant trees to store carbon. What do you think this drought implies for this worldwide attempt to plant trees to combat global warming?
What's the impact? I'm sorry. Okay.
Do you think this is a long-term solution to store carbon, to plant trees, as you have with all these plantations in Chile, given the problem of drought?
No, about plantations. Do you mean? Well, yes. I think the idea of planting trees everywhere. Do you mean that? Okay, sorry. Yes, yes. I think it would be a problem, a real problem, because there is no water in the world for such amount of trees that are thinking to be planted. In Europe, there is a strategy of biodiversity that contemplates to plant a lot of trees, and it's terrible, I think.
Chile being an exception.
Chile is suffering plantations from a long time.
All right. I think we're going to call it... Jasper has an announcement.
Thank you.
I was told to tell Adrian. I was told to tell Adrian to upload his talk, but there's a lot of you who haven't uploaded your talk either. So tomorrow's speakers, please, if you could upload your talks. I think we've got like 5% of them, so people are freaking out here.
Thank you, Jasper. I'll upload my talk. Yes, so that brings us to the end of our fourth day, our penultimate day for Medecos. Thank you very much, everybody, for sticking around till the end. I'm also just going to make a few announcements. The first one is, I think there's still people looking for lifts back to Cape Town tomorrow, so please, if you have space in your car, there are some lists at the registration tables, if you wouldn't mind just putting your name down and just sort of the rough time that you're planning on leaving. Dinner tonight is again at Boesmanland. I think they're having a braai there for us. That'll be starting at 7, so that's quite soon. Yeah, hopefully. I'm hoping they've already started making the fires, because otherwise we're only eating at like 11 tonight. Yeah. And then last one is just for Fernando. I owe you money, so please don't run away yet. Okay. I owe you some money, so please don't run away. From yesterday. Okay, that's it. Cool. Thank you very much. Enjoy your braai. Hi, sorry, before everybody runs away, we've just picked up a silver bangle. Can everybody check their arms and see if you're missing a silver bangle?